What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. All right, so we are going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos that tell one overarching storyline and combine them together into one big video. Now, today's full story video is going to be the prelude to X-Men Inferno, the third X-Men crossover ever done. Now, these stories are very important to understand two very important characters for the actual event. That will be Magic, the little sister to Colossus, and also Madeline Pryor, the wife of Cyclops, but she plays a bigger role because we do learn a very huge secret about the character in this event. There are some other things also happening to help set up X-Men Inferno. But either way, I do hope you enjoy the preludes to X-Men Inferno. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics, and we had just wrapped up our coverage over the Fall of the Mutant crossover, and now we are going to dive into Inferno. But we have to cover a few stories as we work our way up to that crossover event. Now remember guys, I made playlists for each X-Men crossover that we are going to do. So there's already one for the Mutant Massacre and another one for Fall of the Mutants. And now there's going to be a new one for Inferno. Now we're going to pick up with X-Factor because they play a major role when it comes to Inferno. Really all the X-Men teams do, but X-Factor has a bigger role in some areas of the story. Now, before we are able to jump into the main X-Factor series, there is one more tie-in when it comes to the Fall of the Mutant crossover that we have to cover. But it takes place at the very end of X-Factor involvement in the actual crossover. And that would be Fantastic Four number 312. It's really more of the aftermath of what happened to X-Factor and Fall of the Mutants. Now, when it came to the Fantastic Four, they were a different team around this time. You had the Human Torch, you had Ben Grimm, but you also had Crystal. We already know that she isn't a human, but you also had She-Thing as well. Now, when it came to She-Thing, she was really Miss Marvel before she became She-Thing. And this was not Carol Danvers' Miss Marvel, this was another Miss Marvel known as Sharon Ventura, and I really hope I said her last name correctly. Now, she got her powers originally by the Power Broker, and she became a hero for a short period of time. But in a previous storyline, she was hit with cosmic rays, and so thanks to those cosmic rays, well, it mutated her and turned her into She-Thing. And so this is going to be her new form for the time being around this time in Marvel Comics. Now, thanks to a previous story arc, you had the Fantastic Four crash land in Wakanda. Now, they already asked T'Challa to give them a ride back over to America, except when they go into the other room, well, they see T'Challa talking to Dr. Doom. Now, here's the thing about Dr. Doom around this time. He was no longer the ruler of Latveria. He lost his country to another character known as Christophe Bernard. Now, when it comes to Christophe Bernard, he believed that he was Dr. Doom, and over time, he began to take up the actual mantle of Dr. Doom because the real Dr. Doom was presumed dead to the rest of the world. And so back home in Latveria, he's pretending to be Dr. Doom while the real one is in Wakanda asking for T'Challa's help. Now, when it comes to T'Challa, he knows that Dr. Doom is a very evil person, but at the same time, he still has a lot of respect for Doom because he is a king, or he was a king. Now, you don't have Black Panther right off agreed to help out Doctor Doom to reclaim his country, but you do have the Fantastic Four saying, hey man, we gotta go back to America. And T'Challa says, yes, let's go. But Doom also asks to go to America as well for his own personal needs. Now, at first, Black Panther said, hey, you know what? I don't think it's okay for you to go, but you know what? I'm going to be nice, so go ahead and get on, and we'll all leave together. Now, this is why I said it takes place at the tail end of the Fall of the Mutant storyline for X Factor, because when our heroes arrive back in New York, everyone is celebrating. There's a huge parade going on for X Factor because they were able to save the city from apocalypse. And you have everyone in the city look at the mutants, or X Factor really, as a group of heroes that should be celebrated. And so the Fantastic Four, Black Panther, and Doctor Doom are very confused on why everyone's so excited, but then you have someone being able to catch them up. And once they're all caught up, they're like, hey, let's go ahead and go down and join in on the parade and let's have some fun. But let's also help She-Thing kind of relax a tad bit more because she's still very upset about the idea of what she had become. But in the middle of the parade, you did have Doctor Doom being attacked by stormtroopers. Now, stormtroopers were originally Doctor Doom's group that he would use occasionally against his enemies, but now they're being used against him because you have the rest of the world believe that the real Doctor Doom is in Latveria, and the one that's with the Fantastic Four is an imposter. And when it came to Kristoff back at home, he's all like, hey, send over the stormtroopers to get rid of the imposter or to bring him back home to me and I'll get rid of him. And so the stormtroopers are trying their best to kill off Doctor Doom. But luckily for Doom, Black Panther is there, the Fantastic Four is there, and so are X Factor. And they're all able to work together to stop the stormtroopers and send them home packing. But once you have everyone calm down and beginning to relax a tad bit, you did have Doctor Doom ask X Factor, Fantastic Four, and also Black Panther to help him reclaim his lost country. Now, right off the bat, you have Cyclops say no. There's no way, because Doctor Doom is well known across the world as a bad guy. And so for Cyclops, he knows how truly evil Doctor Doom is. And there's no way he could see himself or his team working alongside with Doom. Now that ticks off Doctor Doom a lot, where he goes ahead and grabs the Beast and also She-Thing and says, listen, if you don't help me, I will go ahead and kill these two off. But if you do help me, I will let them go and then we can work together to reclaim my lost country. And you then have Doctor Doom being able to blast the ground underneath them that leads into a sewer passage somewhere else, and he disappears. Now you do have our heroes follow him, but he has a good few steps ahead of them so that he is able to lose them. Now we kind of find out that Doctor Doom had a secret passageway that led into the Baxter building. Now here's the thing, because Doctor Doom tells us that he had learned this move from Russia. When it came to Russia, when they were building the embassy for America, they made sure to put microphones inside the building so that they would be able to listen in on the conversation that Americans were having inside the embassy. And when it came to Doctor Doom, he did something very similar, putting in different devices that would help him down the road whenever he needed help, like right now, to reclaim his lost country. And so when it comes to Doctor Doom, he throws Beast and She-Thing in a cage, hoping the cage would hold them, while he begins the process of trying to use different kinds of devices that would help him reclaim his lost country. Now, I want to focus on Beast real quick, because when it comes to Beast, he was beginning to lose his intelligence. See, when it came to Apocalypse, he affected Beast in the worst way possible. See, anytime Beast would use his super strength, well, he would lose pieces of his intelligence to the point where sooner or later he would be completely dumb. Matter of fact, the way he is talking right now, he already lost most of his intelligence. Now he's trying to convince She-Thing to use her newfound strength to help break them free from their cage, because if he tries, he'll be completely lost. And so she realized what she has to do, and she's then able to use her super strength to break them free. Now, the rest of this chapter gets wrapped up very quickly, where you do have She-Thing be taken out by Doctor Doom after being able to free her and Beast, but then you have Beast try to use his super strength against Doctor Doom to hopefully defeat him. But like I said earlier, the more times he does use his super strength, well, the dumber he gets. Now, luckily for Beast and also She-Thing, X-Factor and also the Fantastic Four and Black Panther arrive at the Baxter building, where they're able to work together to calm down Beast. Except when it comes to capturing Doctor Doom, he was able to catch Crystal off guard, and he tells Black Panther, if you don't help me, I'll kill her, and kind of forcing Black Panther into an agreement to help Doctor Doom reclaim his lost country. And so just like that, Black Panther has no choice but to agree to help out Doctor Doom to save the life of Crystal. And really, that wraps up this chapter, where you have Doom and Black Panther leave, but you have She-Thing really down about being part of the Fantastic Four, and you have X-Factor just leave to go on with their day. Now, as we dive into X-Factor number 27, I do want to mention it takes place right in the middle of the holiday season. So it's Christmas time, but you still have X-Factor be celebrated across the entire city for defeating Apocalypse. Now, you have X-Factor going into the city along with their trainees. Now, I want to focus on Cyclops and Jean Grey here at the moment, because around this time, Cyclops was married, but not to Jean Grey. He was married to Madeline Pryor, except around this time, he believed that Madeline Pryor and his son Cable were both dead, and so with their death being out there in the world, he just moved on and got with Jean Grey. That is going to change very quickly here at the end of this chapter and the next chapter. But either way, you have X-Factor coming into New York to help celebrate the holiday season, because they realize that this city was almost completely wrecked thanks to the battle against Apocalypse. There are many people right now who don't have a home to be with other people to celebrate Christmas. And so you have Iceman use his ability to create a Christmas tree right on top of the Empire State Building that also got wrecked in the middle of the battle. Now, let's get back over to Cyclops and Jean Grey, especially Cyclops. And the reason why, because around this time, Cyclops was married to Madeline Pryor, the clone of Jean Grey, which at this time, he had no idea that she was the clone of Jean Grey. Either way, when it comes to Cyclops, he left her behind and his son to go form X-Factor. Now, when he came back home to work things out, he believed that she was dead, and so was his son. And so after that, he moved on and then got back with Jean Grey only recently. Except while walking around with X-Factor, and he sees a TV playing a current news update about what happened to the X-Men in Dallas, he comes to find out that Madeline was alive, not dead, and she was with the X-Men. But now the X-Men are presumed dead across the world. And so now the woman that he was married to, that he thought was dead, was alive, but now supposedly dead again. But before she had disappeared, she made sure her message got out there. Go find our son. And that tells Cyclops, okay, my son, Cable, is still alive. I have to go find him. My baby, where is he? Now he tells Jean Grey he gotta go, because what he just learned, and he gives her all the information. And Jean Grey understands what Cyclops is going through, but then she realized that she's been alive again for a good while now, and she has not gone home to her own parents yet, and so she heads over there. Now, you also have X-Factor beginning to move into their new base. Because remember, when it came to the original base of X Factor, it was when they were going around pretending to be a group of humans who were going out of their way to hunt down mutants, but in reality, they were out there trying to help find mutants and bring them back to their base to help train those mutants. Well, that base got taken over by Cameron Hodge, but also got blown up. Not blown up, got crushed, I think. But either way, it's gone. And so they have no home. Well, actually, they do. It's Apocalypse aircraft. Apocalypse left, and they said, okay, we'll just move in. And so this is X Factor moving into their new base. And they're also still being celebrated across the city. And the reason why I'm saying that again is because you didn't have all these different trucks just pulling up and bringing all these different gifts to say, we want to say thank you for saving New York. But shifting our focus back onto Jean Grey, she does go back home. And when she arrives, her parents were just watching the news of her and the rest of X Factor fighting against Apocalypse. And they were just saying, man, that looks just like our daughter, but unfortunately, she is dead right now. So there's no way that could be her, to only find out, no, that was Jean Grey. And when she knocks on their door, they find out their daughter is alive again. It's a great moment. But then we have to shift over to Jean Grey's sister, Sarah. Because remember, her house got blown up because she was pro-mutant and someone attacked her. But when it came to her house being blown up, there were no bodies found. And so they have no idea where Sarah could be yet. And so now Jean Grey's mission is not just to help Cyclops find his lost son, but to also find Sarah as well. Now the rest of this chapter really does focus more on the trainees of X Factor. So, Artie, Leech, Boom Boom, Richter, Fire Fist, and Skid. Now they're at the base of Apocalypse, their new home technically, and they're seeing all these trucks just pulling up left and right to give them more and more gifts that came from different people across the city. But then you have our young heroes realize that they should give back to the city because they got reports that many people were affected by the battle with Apocalypse. A lot of people lost their home. A lot of people got injured. So why not go out of their way to give them something back? Like different toys or different clothes to help them keep warm, different kinds of gifts. And so you have our young heroes pack everything up and they head to a nearby children's hospital first. Except when they get nearby it, they get confronted by some gang members. Now, I'm not going to really sit down and focus on this section right here because you do have Jean Grey and the rest of X Factor minus Cyclops appear to make sure the kids are safe and sound, but to get rid of those gangs members who are trying to, beat them down basically. And they were able to take all those gifts to a nearby children's hospital. Now, while you have X Factor celebrating all the children at this hospital, you didn't have Cyclops appear. And when he does, he tells Jean Grey, hey, I'm leaving. I have to go out there and find my son. And so I only came here to tell you I'm leaving in the morning. I'm going to the airport. I'm flying out to begin my hunt for my son. And we can tell that Jean Grey wants to go with Cyclops because she understands what he is going through. But while you had X Factor out there in the city being great people for the city, we pick up with Apocalypse with his horsemen. And we kind of find out that Apocalypse has another plan up his sleeve. It involves his new base that he left behind for X Factor to use. Yes, it was his way of saying, here's a gift to you. My aircraft can be your new base. But apparently his next big plan involves his base as a way to continue to test them. And we're left to wonder, what is Apocalypse up to now? And so when we jump into X Factor number 28, this is where we do pick up with Apocalypse's plan when it comes to his ship. See, his ship begins to evolve. It begins to modify itself in different areas. Now, when it comes to our trainees of X Factor, well, they were on top of the ship. But then out of nowhere, a hidden hatch just opens up and sends our young heroes back inside the ship to an unknown area. And you have X-Factor realize that something is going on with their ship, but they have no idea what. Now, by the time we do jump into this chapter, Cyclops is no longer around. Matter of fact, he's at the airport right now about to leave for Dallas to go find his missing son. And so you have Jean Grey and Iceman wondering what is happening to the ship, but at the same time, what in the world is going on with their trainees. Now, as soon as they get outside, well, they realize the ship's weapons are beginning to turn on and beginning to fire at our heroes. And you have Iceman and Jean Grey wondering what in the world can they do to actually stop this. And I just realized I just said that Cyclops is going to be gone. That's not technically true. See, Cyclops at the airport about to leave for Dallas. But let's not forget, when it came to Uncanny X-Men, when our heroes were in Dallas, they were going through a blizzard. And so unfortunately, no one is allowed to fly into Dallas. So Cyclops is just stuck at the airport back in New York. But then he realized the news is talking about what's happening to his aircraft with X-Factor. And so he leaves the airport to head back over to the aircraft to help out his team to fight against their own aircraft. Now, while you have Cyclops trying his best to get back over to his team, well, you have Jean Grey, Iceman, and also Beast trying to work together to fight against their own aircraft that is just constantly bringing out different kinds of weapons to use against them. Now, here's the thing, because this is Apocalypse's plan, but the question is right now, is this another test by Apocalypse, or is this Apocalypse hoping our heroes would fail? Now, the reason why I'm bringing up that second option will come down the road in later section of the book. But right now, you have our heroes just trying their best to fight against their own aircraft. But luckily, Cyclops does arrive in time to kind of lead the team in a better direction on how to handle this problem. But then we pick up with Archangel. Now remember, this takes place just moments after Apocalypse had turned Angel into Archangel. So his emotions are not really, on a good level at the moment. But he went over to the apartment of his ex-girlfriend, Candy Southerns. Now let's not forget, he was with Candy, but the early parts of X-Factor, Angel was trying to get with Jean Grey, because when she came back, Cyclops was married to Madeline Pryor, and she felt like she could not be with Cyclops no more because he was married. And so they left the door open for Angel, except one time when he was trying to cheer up Jean Grey, Candy walked in, and she thought that it was Angel trying to move on. And this is him trying to reconnect with her, except when he gets to her apartment, he realized that the possibility that she has been taken. Now we jump over to our young heroes, and we kind of find out they arrived at a different part of the aircraft, the brain of the aircraft. The entire place is being run by an AI system, but the problem is it was programmed a certain way by Apocalypse. Now when it comes to Artie, who has the ability to connect his mind to other people's mind, he was able to realize that if our young heroes are able to break the cords that are connected to the control system of the AI, then it would be free from Apocalypse program, and then possibly stop attacking everyone on the aircraft. Now, when our young heroes are able to break those cords, they were right. Like, yes, the system, the AI system, was finally free from Apocalypse control and begins to shut down the actual weapons, until we begin to learn there was a failsafe program as well. And with that failsafe program, Apocalypse made sure if anybody was able to break through the first program, the entire aircraft was set to explode in 10 seconds. Now, this is the longest 10 seconds I've seen in a long time in a comic, because you had the aircraft being able to talk to both the young trainees and also the main X-Factor team to say what is actually going on. There is a bomb gonna go off and blow up the entire city, unless you are able to get the bomb out of me and get it far away from the city. And of course, you do have our heroes being able to do that. But again, It was a very long 10 seconds where our heroes were able to find the bomb after digging into the ship, pulling the bomb out and throwing it far, far away. But the day was saved. But after being able to defuse the bomb, our heroes have to explain to New York what happened with their aircraft. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he explains that the aircraft is, being run by an AI system that was originally being dominated by Apocalypse and his programs. But they were able to free the actual AI, and now it is able to help them achieve their goals, which is again helping out both mutants and humans, but bringing both sides together as one. Now, while you have Cyclops saying this at a live press conference, and of course it's being played on all TVs across the city, Apocalypse sees that his backup plan had failed. Now, at first, he's still somewhat angry about the idea his plan failed, but we can tell this man has other plans up his sleeve. He also tells Caliban it's now time for him to begin working on Caliban like he did with Archangel. Now we jump over to a random bar where you have more people watching the press conference that was done by Cyclops. And you have a guy mention that he wished he was a mutant. And the only reason why, because all the fame that certain mutants are getting, but also because a lot of ladies are now beginning to fall for mutants. You didn't have a random woman walk up to this young man and she asked him, why do you want to be a mutant? And he explains to her why. And she's kind of like, you know what? Walk with me. Let's talk for a little bit. But also she has some plans up her sleeve as well, possibly another enemy for our heroes. Okay, so getting back into our coverage over X-Men comics, as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno, we do pick up with New Mutants number 62 and 64. Now, this was a two-part story arc that really did focus more on how was the team doing after Fall of the Mutants. Now remember, Fall of the Mutants was an X-Men event, but not a crossover, meaning that yes, you did have all three X-Men team go through Fall of the Mutants, but they never did cross over. They all had to deal with their own set of problems. And when it came to the New Mutants, they got hit the worst in the entire event because they lost two team members. The first would be Magma. Now, she just left the school completely. She went over to Emma Frost school. Now, when it comes to Cypher, he was killed off at the very end of Fall of the Mutants. And so our young heroes are still trying to deal with the idea of losing not just one, but two team members. But the idea that one of them died because they were being reckless. And so getting into the opening page of New Mutants number 62, we do pick up with our young heroes getting a letter from Magma. Now, like I said just a moment ago, Magma had left the school and went to go join Emma Frost's school and became a Hellion. And that's the name that Frost gives her students. But now our young heroes are getting a letter from Magma that is saying that she is about to go back home to her home country, Nova Roma. Now, I am going to explain what Nova Roma is like down the road, but for our young heroes, they're very confused because she just left the school to go over to Emma Frost school, and now she's leaving that school to go back home to Nova Roma. And on top of that, apparently she's going to bring Empath as well. We then jump over to Emma Frost school, and when we do, we pick up with Magma in a current training session with her new team, the Hellions. Now, the reason why they're going through this training is to one, see how her powers work, but two, how strong she truly is. Now, here's the thing, because our young heroes, the New Mutants, just got a letter that made it seem like Magma was leaving the school and going back home to Nova Roma. But here she is right now in a training session with her new team. Now, there is one character I do want to focus on, and that would be Empath. And the reason why, because Empath has the ability to sense what other people are feeling, but he also has the ability to make you feel a certain kind of way. So he can make you feel happy, sad, mad. It's all up to him. Now, here's the thing, because in the middle of the training session, you have his team tell him to use his powers to calm down Magma so that they will be able to win the training session, which he does. Except he also uses powers on Terret. And the reason why, because Terret in the entire session was mocking him for having a crush on Magma. And that's the big thing about this chapter of this video, because Magma and Empath, they have a crush on one another, but they're unable to actually establish a relationship because of their past of being enemies. Either way, you have Magma get very upset with Empath for using his powers on one of his fellow teammates because she was just mocking him. But then Emma Frost appears. Now, she does inform Magma that she had just received a letter from her father to inform Magma that it's time for her to come back home to Nova Roma. Now, this is the second time that Magma had received a letter from her father. And like the last one, it's telling her it's time for you to come back home to get married to a man that I had chosen for you. Now, the last time Magma ignored the last message, but now with 2, she feels like she has no choice but to go ahead and go back home and marry the man that her father had chosen. Now, as soon as Magma walks away, you then have Emma Frost pull Empath to the side to tell him to go with Magma back to Nova Roma. And the reason why? Because the Hellfire Club realized that Nova Roma has a lot of great resources that they could use for their organization, but they need her father on their side. And that is where Empath comes in, to hopefully use his abilities to control Magma's father. And so you have Empath inform Magma that he's going with her. Now, he does tell her a complete lie by saying, listen, I'm going with you to hopefully talk to your father to convince your father to let you stay here with us. Now, in reality, the main reason why he is going, because Emma Frost told him to go. But at the same time, he still has feelings for Magma. And so he's kind of conflicted on the real reason on why he should go. Because yes, he'll be helping out Emma Frost, but at the same time, it will possibly help him to build a relationship with the woman that he has a crush on. Now, I want to talk about Nova Roma, the home country for Magma, because it's very interesting when it comes to the other countries in the world of Marvel Comics. See, Nova Roma is kind of like Wakanda, a made-up country that's right in the middle of the Amazon forest in South America. That's the only thing similar to Wakanda. Now, when it comes to Nova Roma, well, it was founded right after ancient Rome. And matter of fact, the country is still being run in a way like it is ancient Rome, still being governed like it is ancient Rome. And so when it came to Magma wanting to leave her country with the new mutants, not just because she wanted to learn how to control her newfound powers, she also wanted to discover the world around her country. And so that is why she's having a hard time going back to Nova Roma, because it's completely different there. Yes, it's her home, but she was loving the idea of living in the world, the new world around her. But the rest of this chapter is really more of our 2 young heroes having no choice but to work together as they fight their way through the Amazon rainforest, because on their way over to her country, their plane crashed down and burned up. So unfortunately, they have to walk the rest of the way. Now, for Magma, she's used to the Amazon rainforest. She was raised in this area. She knows about the different kinds of animals. But when it comes to Empath, somebody who has never really had a chance to live in a forest like this, he has no choice but to rely on her. And matter of fact, there are moments where she has no choice but to rely on him so that they'll be able to work together and make it to her country. Now, while they are traveling, it also gives Magma the ability to kind of have a better understanding on how empath truly is like. Because again, one of his abilities is to know what other people are feeling. But here's the thing, because yes, he can tell that you are sad, but he has no idea why you are sad. He can tell that you are mad, but he has no idea why you are mad. And so a lot of times when he's around other people, he can tell they're sad, mad, angry, happy, whatever, but unfortunately, he cannot tell why they feel that way. And a lot of times it really bothers him a lot. And so it's Magma realizing that empath has a power that could be great, but at the same time, it could also suck. But either way, you did have our two young heroes being able to reach Nova Roma. And when they do, they are confronted by her father, and we're left to wonder what could possibly happen to them. But then we jump into New Mutants number 64, where we do pick up with Wolfbane in the Danger Room. Now, the reason why she is currently in the Danger Room is trying to relive the moment when Cypher was shot and killed, because she does feel responsible for his death, because he went out of his way to save her life and he got shot and killed. And so you have her in the Danger Room trying to relive that moment, but to have a better outcome where she was able to save Cypher's life. But the problem is she's doing all of this work to save an illusion, because no matter what, Cypher is still dead. And that is when you have Sunspot come in and say, you have to stop. Like, yes, we all understand that you feel like you're at fault for his death, but doing all this, torturing yourself over and over again, is not going to bring him back. Cypher is dead. But then we have to shift our focus over to Magic. Now, around this time, Magic is not just dealing with the death of Cypher, she's also dealing with the death of Colossus, or the supposed death of Colossus. Because remember, when it came to Fall of the Mutants, the X-Men had told the world that they were going to give up their lives to stop Adversary, which they did. But at the end of that storyline, Lady Roma brought them back to life, but the world has no idea that the X-Men are alive. And so for Magic here, the only thing she keeps seeing over and over again on TV is the messages that were left behind by the X-Men before they had supposedly died. And so she believes that Colossus is dead. And so at his supposed death and also Cypher's death, she's having a hard time. But at the same time, she's losing control of her dark child side, the evil version of herself. And so you have Cannonball trying his best to calm her down, but unfortunately, she's just too full of rage right now to be calmed down. But now we have to focus on Warlock, because Warlock is going to have a hard time understanding the concept of death, because he is a techno-organic being. And so for him, he's wondering, is Doug really gone, or is there a possibility that Doug can come back to life? For example, you have him and Danny Moonstar watching a movie about zombies, and those people came back to life as zombies. And he's wondering, will Doug come back to life as a zombie as well? But Danny has to tell Warlock it doesn't work like that, because that's a movie. Doug is dead. Movies are not real. And if he did come back to life, you would hate the idea of seeing your friend being a zombie. And so Warlock kind of gets what she's saying, but still, he does not have the full understanding of the concept of death. But now it's time for the funeral of Cypher. And this is so rough for our heroes for so many different reasons. For example, Magneto, when he discovered that Cypher was killed off, he was so upset with the rest of his students, he told them, you are not allowed to lead a school at all. You are not allowed to use your powers without my permission. And then on top of that, he had to lie to the parents of Cypher about what happened to their son, because he could not tell them, oh, your son was killed off by some madman who was trying to create human-animal hybrids. Instead, he had to tell them, we were camping and a random hunter who was trying to kill a deer or whatever shot your son on accident. I'm sorry, your son is dead. It's a bull story, but he has no choice but to tell them that story. And so for Magneto, he tells kids, we have to go in there and make them believe that was the actual true story. Now, once our heroes go inside, they cannot sit through the entire funeral, especially when they see the wax body of Cypher in the coffin. Now, it's really hard on Rain Sinclair, but also on Warlock, because again, Warlock does not fully understand the concept of death, especially when they bring up heaven, the idea of rebirth, but being brought back to life in heaven. And so for Warlock, he's all like, wait a second, I was told earlier that if someone comes back to life, they're a zombie, that's a bad thing. But now you're telling me if they go to heaven, it's a rebirth, then that's a good thing? I'm confused. But also for Warlock, he believes there's a possibility that Cypher might come back to life, or he could help bring Cypher back to life, back onto his feet. Because again, he does not understand the full concept of death, to the point where later on that day, he goes back to the body of Cypher. He's all like, listen, Cypher, I know there's a possibility that you can come back to life. And so my goal is to kind of push you to want to come back to life. And so you have Warlock use his ability to reanimate the body of Cypher, basically making him a zombie, to have him walk around and see, quotation marks, the people that he loves who are going to miss him. So for example, you have Warlock take the body of Cypher over to Cypher's parents' house, and his mom's in his room just trying to relax and deal with the idea that she lost her son, to only look outside the window and see her dead son sitting there looking at her. And of course, she freaks out, screaming and yelling and kind of like, what in the world is going on? But Warlock, he doesn't stop there. You then have Warlock take the body of Cypher over to the X Mansion, where of course you have the rest of the team begin to freak out when they see the dead body of Cypher just walking around thanks to Warlock. Now you do have Warlock reveal that it was him who had brought the body of Cypher back to the mansion, but they tell Warlock, you can't do that. One, you stole a body from a funeral home, and two, you're right now possessing someone's dead body and parading around the city like the possibility that it's cool or it could bring him back to life, and that's not okay at all. Cypher is dead. He is gone. You have to understand the full concept of death. But again, it's hard for Warlock to kind of understand that because he's a techno-organic being. Now with him doing this, it does help out Wolfbane because she had the hardest time letting go. But seeing Cypher's dead body being paraded around like this, it helped her realize that he is gone, that she has to move on with her life. And so you have the New Mutants tell Warlock, hey, we gotta take the body back, which they do, but the team realize they have to move on. Now the final part of this chapter is really more of Magic watching TV with the rest of her team, and they keep watching what happened to the X-Men at the tail end of Fall of the Mutants for the X-Men, how they had to supposedly give up their lives to stop the adversary. But she realized that Forge is at fault for that, because the adversary was Forge's enemy. If Forge had done his job, the adversary would have never came back into Earth's reality, and possibly the X-Men would not have been killed off. Now we already know the X-Men are alive, but like I said earlier, the rest of the world believes that the X-Men are dead. And so because you have the world believing that, you have Magic very upset with Forge by saying it's his fault it happened. If only he did his job and stopped the adversary long ago, the X-Men would still be alive. My brother would still be alive. And that leads into the next story arc where she goes after Forge. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. Okay, so getting back into our coverage over X-Men comics, as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno, we do pick up with New Mutants number 65 and 66. Now, this was a two-part story arc where you have Magic trying to kill off Forge. Let me explain. So back in Fall of the Mutants, Forge and the X-Men had to work together to fight against a new enemy known as the Adversary, who came from a different reality, who was trying to come into the main Marvel universe to rewrite it in its own image. Now, luckily for the universe, the X-Men and Forge were able to push the Adversary back into his own reality. But here comes the problem. There was a hole between the two realities, and so the Adversary had an easy way back into the main Marvel universe. And so what the X-Men did was, thanks to a spell by Forge, they turned themselves into energy to block the two realities from one another, so that the Adversary would not have a way back into the main Marvel universe. And the entire world saw it on live television. And so to the entire world, the X-Men are dead. Now, at the end of that story arc, Lady Roma was able to bring the X-Men back to life, but the rest of the world has no idea they're still alive. And so when it comes to Magic, the last thing she saw was her brother and his team giving up their lives to save the world. And she blames Forge because it's Forge's fault that the Adversary even came into the main Marvel universe. And so she wants revenge. Now, she's also upset with Magneto as well for a lot of different reasons. For example, in our last story arc, Magneto told the New Mutants that they are not allowed to use their powers nor be able to lead the school because it was them being reckless that got their team member killed off, talking about Cypher. But also when it comes to Magneto, he tells Magic, I'm not going to go after Forge at all, because when Charles Xavier left, he left the school to me, and he also left you guys to me, to be in charge of you. He did not leave me in charge of the X-Men at all, which means I cannot do anything at all when it comes to the X-Men being killed off. I'm sorry. And for Magic, that is not okay at all, because her brother died. She lost the one person in her family that she was close to. And so because of that, she gets very upset and she leaves. But she does tell her team and Magneto that her end goal is to kill off Forge. But then we jump over to Muir Island, where we pick up with Kitty Pryde. Now, Kitty Pryde was part of the X-Men, but she was not there in Dallas to help the X-Men to fight against the Adversary, because she got seriously injured in the Mutant Massacre event alongside with Nightcrawler and Colossus. Now, Colossus was able to get healed up just in time to help the X-Men. Kitty Pryde, well, she needed more time to properly heal up. But the problem was, by the time she got healed up, she saw on live television the X-Men giving up their lives to save the world. Now that is when you have Magic appear. Now Magic and Kitty Pryde, they're best friends. And this is Magic saying, help me, Kitty. Let's go together to get revenge against Forge for killing off Colossus, my brother, your boyfriend. But for Kitty, she watched what the X-Men did. It wasn't like Forge forced the X-Men to give up their lives. It was the X-Men who had decided to give up their lives to save the world. Now, like I said earlier, no one knows that the X-Men are really alive at the moment. But either way, it's Kitty saying, I'm not about to go after an innocent man because you're upset that your brother died. Your brother died on his own choice, his own device. It was up to him to decide what he wanted to do. And now here you are trying to go after an innocent man. It's not right. And once you have Magic hear those words, she gets upset with Kitty like she was with Magneto earlier, and also like she is right now with Forge. And so she leaves to begin the process of killing off Forge. Now we do pick up with the rest of the team, who are currently getting ready to change into their outfits just in case Magic does come back there and they can use their powers to hopefully stop her. But while you have the team talking, she does appear to grab her suit to leave to go after Forge. But luckily for our heroes, they were able to get the jump on Magic, except she was teleporting, and so you have the entire team teleport over to Limbo. Now, this is where I want to sit down and have a quick conversation about Limbo. And the reason why, because when it comes to Limbo, it is connected to the emotions of Magic. For example, if she's in a good mood, then Limbo will not be as bad as it usually is, because hey, there are still demons walking all over the place. But if she's in a bad mood or trying to get revenge, then Limbo is not really a good place at all. And matter of fact, when our heroes arrive, they realize that Limbo is a whole lot darker than it was the last time they were there. And she tells them because how she feels. She wants to get revenge against Forge. And so that is why Limbo is so dark and scary. Now, here's the thing, our heroes are trying their best to convince her to not go after Forge because they believe that he is not really responsible for the death of the X-Men, but she's not listening at all. And so our heroes have no choice but to go with her, not to help her fight against Forge, but to stop her just in case she goes too far, with the idea of killing him. Now, there is one more thing I do want to talk about when it comes to Limbo, and that would be the Soul Sword. See, the Soul Sword is Magic's weapon, but the problem is she has to leave it in Limbo to keep Limbo in place, because Soul Sword is not there, then other demons have the ability to take over Limbo. But if Soul Sword is there, then no other demons can properly try to take over Limbo. So for example, when you have our heroes leave with Magic, she does take Soul Sword with her, and that's the wrong move there, because now Sim, one of the many demons of Limbo, now has the ability to try to take over Limbo for himself. But getting back over to our heroes, you have our heroes travel over to Dallas to look for Forge. Now here's the thing, Forge is not alone at all. He's with Freedom Force. Now, Freedom Force was a very interesting concept in Marvel Comics around this time. See, when it came to Mystique and the rest of her Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, they began to work for the government as a way to be forgiven for all the crimes that they had committed. And matter of fact, they fought alongside with the X-Men against the adversary. And so the reason why Forge and that team is still there in Dallas, because this picks up just moments after the ending of Fall of the Mutants for the X-Men. But either way, as soon as our heroes arrive, you have Magic wanting to go after Forge. And of course, it leads into a battle between Freedom Force and New Mutants. Now, this battle does last for a while until everyone stops and realizes that Forge is not there. It was Mystique pretending to be Forge for a very good reason. And that is when you have Destiny walk in. And she says, listen, I saw a dark future, and this dark future is coming all because of you, Magic. And so you have Destiny explain everything to everyone who is there by saying that when it comes to Magic, she has the ability to bring the end to the entire world. Now, let me explain. She says that because Magic has a hunger for revenge, that hunger is going to continue to grow to the point where her Dark Child side will come out. Now, Dark Child is really more just the evil version of Magic, but if that side comes out, that could be the end of the entire world. Now, thanks to Mirage, Danny Moonstar, she was able to use her abilities to project the fears that Destiny is talking about, where demons will begin to attack all over the world, and that'll be the end of the entire world, kind of hinting to Inferno. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they're wondering, how can they stop that from coming? And Destiny says, it all comes down to Magic. She has to work through her problems, because if she doesn't, that will happen. If that does happen, it's the end for everybody. Now, the rest of the team, they don't believe what Magic is saying. Matter of fact, they believe that she is lying right now as a way to protect Forge. And so while you have most of the team saying that, you then have Magic also believing in that as well by saying, listen, it's all lies. They're trying to hide Forge. Where is Forge right now? I want to see him. And that is when you have Forge appear. He said, listen, I heard that you have been looking for me. Well, I'm here. You want to talk? Let's talk. Bring it on. And so getting into the next chapter, we do pick up with Forge and Magic fighting against each other. Now, when it comes to their battle, they're really evenly matched. Now, even though Forge has been a sorcerer for a longer time than Magic has, Magic is a very powerful character thanks to her powers coming from Limbo, and so she is able to go toe-to-toe with Forge. Now, there are some things I do want to point out about their battle. For example, Magic's Soul Sword. Now, earlier I told you Soul Sword was a way to keep Limbo in check, but Soul Sword has the ability to cut through almost any kind of magical armor or magical attacks, anything magical based. But here's the thing though, because while she was fighting against Forge, she did cut a rock in half. Now, the rock should not be really that important, except the rest of the team realized that there is a demonic face on the rock, and you have our heroes wondering if what Destiny said is actually coming true about the idea of demons being able to take over the world thanks to magic. And so you have our heroes agree with one another. They have to work together to stop magic before those demons are actually able to take over the earth. But getting back over to the battle between Forge and Magic, you have Forge trying his best to have Magic understand that he understands what she is going through, because she's not the only person who lost someone. He did too. He lost Storm, the woman that he loved. But on top of that, it was his fault that he lost Storm, because he was the one that brought the adversary into this reality. He tells Magic many years ago, when it came to me being a soldier, I watched my entire unit get wiped out. I wanted revenge like you do right now. But the thing is, I began summoning demons into our world to get my revenge. Now, I was able to get rid of those demons, but I also realized that was a huge mistake. But the problem was, when I did that, I left open a portal for our reality into the adversary reality. So yes, I understand what you're going through, but what I'm trying to tell you is that you need to control your rage, because if you just feed into your hunger for revenge, sooner or later, you are going to make a similar mistake like I did when it came to the adversary. And then down the road, somebody very close to you is going to pay for that cost. Now for Magic, she's not trying to listen to Forge, but you have Forge say, I give up because I want to die. And hopefully when I do die, I will be next to Storm. Now, when it comes to Magic, she's getting ready to kill off Forge. And matter of fact, you have the demons in Limbo talking to her saying, do it, because they know if she does it, then her dark child side will come out completely. And then the idea of demons being able to take over Earth will come into reality. Now, here's the thing, because you do have her team trying to talk her down, saying, do not kill Forge. Don't do it. Do not let into your darker side. And luckily, their words do reach her mind, and she realized that she was about to make a huge mistake if she had killed off Forge. And so she puts the sword down. And once she does that, she tells Forge, you may go back to Dallas, but here's the thing. I realize that you do not deserve to die. You don't deserve to be next to Storm and my brother in heaven. So goodbye, go back to Dallas and suffer and realize it's all your fault that you lost the woman you love. And then you have our heroes go back home to the school of Charles Xavier. But once you do have our heroes being able to go back home to the school of Charles Xavier, they realize that Magneto had no idea that they were gone. But also they realize that he is wearing his old Magneto outfit when he was a bad guy. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do remember that he is part of the Hellfire Club as the White King, but it seems like possibly he might be going back down the road as a bad guy again. And for our heroes, they're wondering what could possibly happen next. Now, before today's video ends, we do jump over to a random space station that belongs to the next bad guy our heroes are going to face. And that would be Spider. Now, when it comes to Spider, I'm not going to sit down and try to explain who this character is. I'm going to save that for our next video. But when it comes to Spider, he's going after somebody on Earth. And that would be Lila, the girlfriend of Cannonball, who is also a teleporter. Now, when it comes to Spider, he would not go after Lila on his own. Instead, he is going to send in his servant, and that will be Gossamer. Now, when it comes to Gossamer, she's also a new character that I'm going to sit down and explain in our next video. But this is where we're going. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to the Inferno event, the next crossover that we are about to cover on my channel. Now, we're going to cover Uncanny X-Men issues number 229 all the way up to 231. Now, this three-part story arc begins the idea of the X-Men working from the shadows. Because remember, at the end of Fall of the Mutants, when it came to the Uncanny X-Men part in that crossover, the world believes that the X-Men are currently dead. And this is great because when it came to the X-Men, they were very worried about the idea of being attacked by different kinds of enemies from all different angles. And so with them now having the world believing that they are dead, they can now work from the shadows, go after their enemies, but also help other people who possibly need their help. Now also, this three-part story arc begins the idea of introducing new kinds of characters and concepts into the world of X-Men comics. And really, Uncanny X-Men number 229 does a great job of being an example of the idea of bringing in new kinds of characters into the world of X-Men comics, because we do jump over to Singapore and we pick up with a character known as Joseon Hoan, and I really hope I pronounce her name correctly. Now, when it comes to Joseon, she owns a bank alongside with their family in Singapore, and this bank is very celebrated in their country because they treat their customers very well. But while you have her and her family working at a bank, what they believe should be a normal day, well, out of nowhere, their bank does get attacked by a new group of characters known as the Reavers. Now, the Reavers are half human, half machine characters. Now, at first, they were humans, but they had decided to modify their bodies with cybernetic body parts. Now we kind of find out that they have been going around the world and robbing different banks around the world. Now I'm going to explain how they're able to travel here in a moment, but when it comes to them trying to rob Joseon's family bank, unfortunately they couldn't access the main safe. And the reason why, because as soon as they arrived and began to shoot up the place, the bank went to an automatic lockdown for 24 hours. And so the safe cannot be opened up in a normal way. And so you have the Reavers just blow the safe right open and grab all the money they wanted to grab. Now, when they are leaving, a random portal does open up. And this portal is going to explain how they are able to travel across the world. Now, we also kind of find out they killed off most of Joseon's family, but then they grab her to be a hostage for their own personal reason that I'll explain here in a moment. Now, the way they are able to travel across the world is because of one character, and that would be Gateway. Gateway is a mutant that has the ability to open up portals to allow people to travel across the world. Now, when it comes to Gateway, there's not much to know about the character. Matter of fact, we still don't know his actual origin, but the only reason why he's helping out the Reavers is because they told him if he does not help them out, they were going to attack a sacred place to his culture. And so, to protect that sacred place, he agreed to help them travel across the world. Now, the reason why they have grabbed Jason is because she's a great financial advisor. Because the Reavers have been going around collecting a lot of money, but now they want to know how to properly spend that money, how to properly invest that money. And that is where she comes in. Now, they know that she would not be down with this idea, especially after they had just killed off most of her family. But that is when we focus on one member of the team, and that would be Pretty Boy. See, Pretty Boy has the ability to connect wires to your mind to reprogram you, to make you do whatever he wants you to do. And so his goal right now is to technically turn Jason into a Reaver so that she'll begin to help them with their money problem. But then we shift our focus on two members of the Reavers who are standing outside and realize that the weather has begun to change. A sandstorm is about to come in. And of course, that would be very bad when it comes to their homes. And so you have the two Reavers run back inside to tell the others, hey, we have to make sure all windows are closed, everything's good to go because a huge sandstorm is about to come in right now. Now, this sandstorm is being done by one particular member of the X-Men, and you already know who that is, it's Storm. And so you then have the X-Men begin to attack the actual base of the Reavers. Now, this is why the X-Men love the idea of working from the shadows, because now they are able to pull off surprise attacks like this, because now their enemies are going to have a hard time counterattacking their surprise attacks. And it works out very well because the X-Men are able to take out most of the Reavers. They're also able to save Jason, but unfortunately, 3 members of the Reavers do get away, and that would be Bonebreaker, Skullbuster, and Pretty Boy. Now, the only reason why they were able to get away is because of Gateway opening up a portal for them to allow them to escape. But for the X-Men, they still won because they saved Jason, but they also took out most of the Reavers. Now, the X-Men have another problem, and that is what to do with the members of the Reavers that they were able to capture, but also what to do with Jason, because they want to make sure that word does not get out about the idea of the X-Men being alive. And that is when you have Lady Roma appear, the guardian of the Omniverse around this time in Marvel Comics. Now, when she does appear, she tells our heroes she has a way to help them, and that would be the Siege Perilous. The Siege Perilous has the ability to give someone a second chance in life. It's technically a reboot to give you the ability to make better choices in your life, but also you'll forget everything in your past life. And so when it comes to the members of the Reavers, when they walk through that actual gate, 1, they will no longer be Reavers, but 2, they'll have the chance to make better choices, and 3, they'll forget about the X-Men. And the same thing for Jason as well. And so that is how the X-Men will be able to keep their names out of people's mouths. For the most part, because still, there are 3 members of the Reavers that got away. But that is better than like 15, 20, or 25 members of the Reavers being out there in the world. And so with them being able to use a siege, then the X-Men are able to continue to work in the shadows. Now, we do dive into Uncanny X-Men number 230, where we pick up with the X-Men taking over the base of the Reavers. And this makes a lot of sense. And the reason why, because Around this time, the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead, which means they can't go back to their old base, because at their old base, you have Magneto and the New Mutants there, and they want to make sure that everyone is on board in believing that the X-Men are dead. Now, I do want to focus on Madeline Pryor real quickly, and the reason why, because when it comes to Madeline, she has a huge role in the Inferno event, the next crossover that we're going to cover. Now, when it comes to Madeline, around this time, she was married to Cyclops because Jean Grey died in the Dark Phoenix saga. Cyclops moved on, found Madeline, they got married, and had a son. Except as soon as Cyclops got word that Jean Grey was alive again, he left his wife and his son behind to go be with Jean Grey and go form X-Factor. Now, Scott realized that was the wrong move and went right back over to Alaska to hopefully fix things with Madeline, to only find out that she could possibly be dead. He found 2 dead bodies, believing it belonged to his wife and his son. Now, with him believing that, we come to find out she was not dead, she was just with the X-Men, but somebody took her son, and that leads us into Fall of the Mutants. Because in Fall of the Mutants, right at the tail end of that event, you had the X-Men telling the entire world that they were going to give up their lives to save the world against the adversary. Now, we already know they did that, but then Lady Roma brought them right back to life again. And that is why the world believes our heroes are currently dead. And so when it came to Madeline, before our heroes had actually sacrificed their lives, she left a message that was played on every single TV across the nation that told Cyclops, hey, I'm alive, but I'm about to die alongside with the X-Men. But our son is also alive, just missing. Somebody took him. Scott, please find our son. And that is why I'm saying she has a huge role when we jump into Inferno. But then we jump over to the X-Men, who are doing a training session. Now, while doing one, they realize that one of their team members is missing, and that would be Longshot. And the reason why is Longshot began to hear voices that were coming from the treasure room, the same room that was used by the Reavers to store their stolen goods. Now, here's the thing, because we begin to learn about one of the abilities of Longshot, and that would be psychometry. It's where you have Longshot being able to pick up on psychic imprints. Now, imprints are basically moments in the past where someone had with the object. So for example, if he found an old Game Boy and you had that Game Boy and you played so many great games on those Game Boy games, he was able to pick up the Game Boy and see those past moments. But here's the problem, because when he walks into the room, he realized the Reavers had stolen a lot of different objects from different people around the world. And so his powers are going onto overdrive. He's hearing way too many voices all at once, all these different past moments all at once. And his mind cannot handle it at all. But after a few days, you then have the X-Men realize that Longshot is waking up. Now, as soon as he does wake up, he explained what happened to him to the rest of his team by saying, listen, I was hearing and seeing way too many different imprints all at once, and my mind could not handle that at all. But with them being back up, he realized what he has to do, what the entire X-Men team has to do. And he says, we have to give back every single object that was stolen by the Reavers to their rightful owners. Now, most of the X-Men, they agree with him, except Wolverine. Now, really, for him, it's more of they got better things to do. But he does get overruled, and you have the entire X-Men team work together to make sure this actually happens. Now, how it works is that you have Longshot using his ability to find out where each object is supposed to go. And then you have Psylocke being able to connect his mind to everyone else's mind so they know where each object is supposed to go. But then you have Rogue being able to build a friendship with Gateway, who's then able to open up portals for our heroes to use to begin the process of traveling all over the world to make sure every single object gets back to their rightful owner. And really, that's the end of this chapter right here. Now, as we jump into Uncanny X-Men number 131, we do pick up with Colossus. Now, there are a few things I do want to talk about when it comes to Colossus. The first is that Colossus' powers are currently not working properly, because when it came to the Mutant Massacre, just like Kitty Pryde and Nightcrawler, he got seriously injured. Now, he was able to heal up, but here comes his problem. See, he's not able to turn off his powers like he usually can. And so sometimes, really most of the time, he is just stuck in his metal form. And occasionally he is able to turn it off, but not for long. And so we see him currently in the mountains just wanting to be left alone from the rest of the team. You have Rogue come by first because she realized there is something wrong, but him and Rogue are not really as close as him and Storm, because Colossus and Storm had joined the X-Men at the same time in Giant Size X-Men number 1. Now, they were able to build a strong bond with one another, but here's the thing. At first, Colossus does not want to tell Storm what's wrong with him, but then he realized the right thing to do is to open up. And he tells her, listen, this is what's wrong with me right now. I'm worried about my sister. And the problem is I can't go check up on her. And he's right, he can't, because the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead, including him. As a way to protect his friends and family, they have to pretend to be dead as a way to keep their enemies off their family and friends. But Colossus feels like there's something wrong with Magic and he wants to go check up on her. But Storm says, you really can't do that because honestly, if you do, our cover could possibly get blown. But after a few hours later, we do pick up with the X-Men cleaning up after dinner. Now, while they're cleaning up after dinner, you then have Dazzler kind of pull Storm to the side to express that she is worried about Colossus. Because just like Colossus, she has a family who is currently, grieving because they believe that they are dead. And so she says, listen, I am able to keep pushing forward, but Colossus, he's not able to push forward. I am worried about him being on the team, and I feel like he should possibly leave the team so that he'll be able to rejoin his sister. Now, as soon as you have Storm and Dazzler talking about that, Gateway walks in. Now, Gateway, he never says anything at all in the entire time in Marvel Comics, but he points over to Colossus, and then he opens up a portal. Now, because the X-Men have been with Gateway for a couple weeks now by this chapter of the series, they're kind of like, okay, we have to trust him because apparently Gateway has a way to help out Colossus, to make Colossus feel better. And so you have Colossus just walk through the portal by himself. Now, when it comes to Gateway, we kind of find out that he had teleported Colossus over to Limbo, the second home to Illyana, aka Magic. Now, when he arrives in Limbo, he sees his sister currently fighting against a group of demons that are being led by another demon known as Sin. Now, here is a quick reminder about Limbo. See, Illyana is in charge of Limbo, but while she is gone, you have Sin, one of the demons of Limbo, always trying to gain more and more power so that sooner or later he will be able to overcome the power of Illyana and take over Limbo. And so Limbo is always in some kind of civil war. Now, with that being said, when Colossus arrives, Illyana was trying to do a spell to summon her brother's dead soul. And so when he arrives, she believes that her spell actually worked, not knowing that this is her real brother right there to be there to see her. But either way, as soon as he arrives, he helps her out fighting against the demons. Now, once he is able to get rid of the demons, you then have the two characters being able to talk to one another. Now, this is a real heartfelt moment, except Colossus has to pretend to be dead, that she actually summoned him here, that he is not really there. But in reality, he is there. But then he asks Magic, okay, if you try to call me back here so badly, what did you need? Because it sounds like you did not need my help with those demons. What else is going on in your life? And so she tells Colossus that there was a night where she was at home reading a book that she would have to do a paper over in a couple of days. But while reading that book, the characters of the book came to life out of nowhere. Now, we were not told how in the world those characters came to life, but as soon as they were able to come to life, they were able to capture the rest of the New Mutants, and now they're being held as hostages. Now, when it came to magic, she realized that she could not use her magical abilities because they don't work on these characters. And so she had to use her ability to teleport to get the heck out of there. And that is why she tried to summon Colossus, because she realized that she's not really a good fighter without her magical abilities. But Colossus, somebody who has super strength in a metal form body, he'll be able to take on those creatures and to save the New Mutants from those characters. And he says, I'll do it for you. Now, this situation works out very well for Colossus because it gives him the chance to relearn how to control his powers. Because when it comes to Colossus, he goes in there in his metal form. But when he is in his metal form, his body is a tad bit bigger, meaning that he is unable to get into smaller places. And so he has to relearn how to turn his powers off to be able to get into those tighter areas, and once he's able to get through them, turn his powers back on. But when it comes to Colossus, he was able to take down these creatures or characters, from the book that Magic was reading. But once he was able to do that, he was also able to free the New Mutants. Now, this leads into a great moment for both Colossus and Magic, really more for Magic, because when it comes to Magic, in our New Mutant videos, we have been seeing her kind of really going through a lot, because with Colossus supposedly being dead, she wanted revenge against Forge. And matter of fact, she even attacked Forge. Now, when it came to her having revenge, you didn't have Destiny tell her, I saw a future where your hunger for revenge would bring the end to the entire world, because demons from Limbo will come here and take over the world. You'll be the reason why the world is going to fall. But on top of that, because her hunger for revenge is bringing out her dark side, her dark child side. And matter of fact, when that side comes out, she looks very demonic. But she tells Colossus that she is trying to be good, but unfortunately, she does not feel like she is good. But here is where Colossus come in and say, you are good. If you believe that you are trying to be good, that means you are good, because look at you. You are doing the right things right now, using your powers for only good, not evil. You were able to realize your mistakes and overcome those mistakes. And look at you right now, working with me to save your friends. That is a hero. That is a good person. And honestly, it's a great moment for both characters, because now Colossus realized what his sister is going through, but now realize that she is okay. And you have the two characters hug and Colossus leave, because right at that moment, Gateway opened up a portal to bring him back home. But for Magic, she feels like her spell had just ended. But before the book ends, we jump over to Sin. And when it comes to Sin, he gets back up after losing to Colossus earlier. And when it comes to Sin, he says, listen, I was not able to stop Colossus because magic or demonic magic does not work on him in his metal form. But I can still go after magic. And I'm getting stronger day by day. And sooner or later, I will be able to take her down. And this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics, and we're working our way up to X-Men Inferno, but now we pick up with Marvel Comics Present. Now, this was a anthology series. Each book would focus on 2 or more storylines happening for 2 or more characters. So for example, the first issue of this series was about Wolverine, Man-Thing, Shang-Chi, and also the Silver Surfer, but they had their own adventures going on separate from one another. Now when it came to Marvel Comics Present, the first 10 issues, Wolverine was the star of the book. Matter of fact, Chris Claremont wrote a Wolverine story, but the story was broken up into 10 separate issues. So if you wanted to read his story, you had to collect Marvel Comics Present issues number 1 through 10, or just go out there and find the trade that has all 10 issues put together into one nice little book, so that you are able to read this and get the full story. And so as we get into today's storyline, we pick up with Wolverine in Madripoor. Now Madripoor is a very interesting country in the world of Marvel Comics. And the reason why I'm saying that, because if you go there, you are almost allowed to do almost anything there and get away with it. There's no laws there. And so it's just free game. Now when it comes to Wolverine, he went there for a special reason, but when we do pick up with Wolverine, he just arrived at a certain bar. Now when Wolverine walked into the bar, he realized the shop owner, or the bar owner, sorry, is getting beat up by a group of thugs. Now when it comes to Wolverine, he's not scared of these thugs at all. Now when it comes to the bar owner, his name is O'Donnell, and he will play a very important role in this storyline. But either way, when it comes to the group of thugs, they do warn Wolverine to get the heck out of there because they believe they should be able to handle him. Wolverine is not leaving, and you have Wolverine just go ahead and beat down on the thugs like it was nothing. Now, they do take a hostage, and they do tell Wolverine if he does take another move, the hostage is going to die. But Wolverine said, go ahead, shoot her. I'm telling you right now though, after you kill her, you're mine, and trust me, you do not want to be left alone with me. And the guy gets so scared, he lets her go and runs out of the bar. And so Wolverine was able to save O'Donnell's bar and his life as well. Now you do have O'Donnell tell Wolverine thank you, and Wolverine's all like, hey man, listen, just give me a free drink and we are all good. Now, when it comes to O'Donnell, he will play a very important role, but so will the lady who thanks Wolverine for saving her life, who was the hostage earlier, and her name is Sapphire. Now when it comes to Sapphire, she is really trying her best to tell Wolverine thank you, if you know what I mean. But either way, when it comes to Wolverine, he does tell O'Donnell why he is here in the bar, and he says, listen, a friend of mine known as Dave Chappell told me to come here. Now when it comes to O'Donnell, he tells every single person who works for him to pull out their guns and point it at Wolverine, because he says, I don't know how you know Dave Chappell, but Dave's been dead for a while, which means there's something going on with you. Who in the world are you? But as we dive into the second chapter, that is when we pick up with the main bad guy of the series, and that would be Ra's. And yes, that is his name because I did look it up. Now when it comes to Ra's, we kind of find out that he's very upset because the thugs we saw earlier were working for him. And he was very upset that they were not able to take down O'Donnell, or to at least bring him over to Ra's. And so you have Ra's say, you know what, it's time for you guys to die. Now they beg and say, please sir, give us another chance. And he says, fine, you want another chance? You're gonna have to defeat the guy I just hired, because I believe the new guy I just hired is way better than you. And that would be Razor Fist. Yes, you heard that right. Razor Fist. That is his name. Now, when it comes to Razor Fist, well, he first appeared in Master of Kung Fu number 105, where he was supposed to be a new enemy for Chang-Chi, but this is Marvel just moving him around for other characters to fight against him. Now, he was just hired by Raj to go after O'Donnell, but either way, the thugs earlier who were just begging for their lives for another chance, they have to take down Razor Fist. And let me tell you right now, they do not take him down at all. He takes them down. Matter of fact, he kills them just like that to move on with his day. Now, the reason why Razor Fist was hired by Raj was not just to take down O'Donnell, but to find the person known as Tiger who is trying to remove Raj. See, Raj is the kingpin of crime in Madripoor, but somebody out there known as Tiger is trying to replace him. And the question is right now, who is it? Is it O'Donnell or somebody else? But getting back over to Wolverine, who's right now surrounded by a bunch of guns, and O'Donnell, you have Wolverine say, listen, the reason why I know about Dave is because I found Dave in the desert right before he had died. It seemed like somebody had tortured him, and because he was tortured so badly with so many wounds but left out in the open, the desert, he died. But right before he died, I found him and he told me to bring back this necklace to this bar. And that is why I'm here. That is the only reason why I'm here. And that is the only reason why I know about Dave. Now, at first, when it comes to O'Donnell, he doesn't want to trust Wolverine. He believes that Wolverine could possibly still be a bad person. But after a while, he realized that, you know what? Wolverine is most likely good, so I'll let him go. Except when it comes to Wolverine just chilling at the bar and enjoying his free drinks, he realized that somebody is watching him. And so when he turns around, he sees a lady outside the bar looking right at him. Now, once she realized that she has been spotted, she dips out of there, but you have Wolverine follow her. Now, once Wolverine is able to catch up to her and unmask her, we come to find out it is Jasan Hoan. Now remember, we saw her in our last Uncanny X-Men video when it came to the X-Men saving her from the Reavers. But the question is right now, why is she here in Madripoor? Now here is a quick rundown on Josanne. See, Josanne used to work at a bank alongside with her family. Matter of fact, her family owned the bank. But the bank was attacked by a group of characters better known as the Reavers. Now, when it came to the Reavers, they wrecked the bank, stole from the bank, and also killed off most of her family. Now, they took her as a hostage, and the reason why? Because they realized that she was a great financial advisor. They wanted her help when it came to their finances. Now, also, when it comes to the Reavers, they're half human, half cyborgs. And so when they had kidnapped Josanne, their goal was to also turn her into a Reaver as well until the X-Men were able to save her. Now, right after the X-Men were able to take down most of the Reavers, the X-Men ran into a problem. Because remember, right now, the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead, and the X-Men are working from the shadows. And the problem they had was they just took down the Reavers. If they put the Reavers in jail, well, the Reavers could tell the secret of the X-Men saying, hey, they're not dead, they are alive. They were the ones who had stopped us. And so you had Lady Roma come in and use the Siege of Perilous as a way to restart the lives of the Reavers, to make them forget about becoming Reavers, but to also forget about the X-Men. Now, when it came to Josanne, she was supposed to walk through the same Siege Perilous as well, but she did not. Instead, you had Lady Roma just send her back to the bank, but were left to believe that she had possibly forgot about the X-Men completely, because when we jump back into the present day, when it comes to Wolverine realizing who it is, she does not remember Wolverine at all. And you have the two characters begin to fight one another to the point where she is actually able to take down Wolverine and get away. Now, while you have Wolverine trying to get back up after being taken down by Josan, he's then confronted by Sapphire. Now, Sapphire's full name is Sapphire Styx, but I'm just going to call her Sapphire for the entire video. Now, this is where we learn that Sapphire is actually a mutant. She has the ability to absorb other people's life energy. Now, on top of that, when she does that, it kind of gives her the ability to live a tad bit longer. Now, we also kind of find out that Sapphire is really a villain. She's working alongside with Razor Fist, which means that she is working for no other than Roche, which also means that she's trying to help Roche bring down O'Donnell. Either way, when it comes to Sapphire, because she was able to go in for a kiss for Wolverine, she was also able to take a full amount of his energy, which then leads into Wolverine passing out and now being taken as a hostage. Now, as we dive into the 4th chapter, we do pick up with Wolverine waking up in a dungeon but being bound by some chains. Now, that is when he realized that Sapphire is a villain, but she's also working alongside with Razor Fist, but they are working for a character known as Raj. Now, this is the first time that Wolverine is meeting Raj. Now, you have Raj tell Wolverine, hey man, listen, the reason why I grabbed you because I got word that you were a close friend of Dave Chappell. Now, we also kind of find out that Raj was the one who had tortured Dave, which we already know Dave died by his injuries in the middle of the desert. But when it comes to Raj, he said, the reason why I grabbed Dave because I got word that he was working for the Tiger, this person who is trying to replace me as the kingpin of crime in this area. And I couldn't have that. But unfortunately, when I was torturing Dave, he could not tell me anything I wanted to hear. But then you appeared, and I heard that you are a close friend of Dave, or you met Dave. And so I'm wondering if there a possibility that you may have information that I want to hear. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he's trying his best to not say anything at all. But then you have Raj say, oh no, you are going to talk because the 4th member on my team, the Inquisitor, will have you saying everything I want to hear from your mouth when he's done torturing you. So Inquisitor, go ahead and begin to torture him. But getting back over to the bar, we do pick up with O'Donnell having a drink, or really just having a meeting with Josan. So now we know that these two characters know each other. Now here's the thing. O'Donnell is telling Josan that Wolverine was captured by Roche. Now once she hears that, she's kind of like, okay, you know what? I should go out of my way to save his life. Now O'Donnell, he's saying don't do that at all. And matter of fact, Wolverine does not know anything at all that could ruin our entire operation. So we should be okay. But when it comes to Josan, she's saying no, I should go save him because I didn't save Dave. And now Wolverine got captured and I feel like it's my fault. But getting back over to the dungeon, we kind of find out that Wolverine has not said anything at all, but he has been tortured for a while now. And when it comes to Raj, he said, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a break for right now. We'll let him kind of regather his strength, and then we'll come back down here and continue to torture him, and hopefully we'll get more information out of him. Now, as soon as they leave the dungeon, you have Wolverine being able to use his claws to break out of the chains and begin the process of trying to escape. But the problem is Wolverine still has not fully recovered, and so while he is trying to escape, he runs into Razor Fist, somebody who's not even tired at all, not even injured at all. And so right off the bat, it's not going to be a fair battle for our hero. And so while you have the two characters fighting against each other, Razor Fist wins by stabbing Wolverine over and over again. And his body has not healed up from the previous injuries when it came to him being tortured. And so after he got stabbed and collapsed on the ground, you then have Razor Fist kick Wolverine in the river, and then he falls down a waterfall. But as we dive into the 5th chapter, we do pick up with Wolverine continuing to be tortured by Rosh and his crew, except now they're in the desert, and Wolverine hates it a lot. The heat, the pain from his injuries is just killing him. He wants to die right now. Now you do have Wolverine being able to gather enough strength to break free, but the problem is though, that was all he had left. And so as soon as he breaks free, you then have Razor Fist, Sapphire, and Inquisitor being able to take down Wolverine like it was nothing, because he is not at full strength to fight these guys all at once. But right after they were able to defeat him, you didn't have Rosh kick Wolverine off another cliff again, except this time it's Rosh saying, "I'm done with you. Goodbye." Now, luckily for Wolverine, he was saved by Josan. Now, this is where we kind of learn that Josan does remember Wolverine. But as we saw at the very beginning of our video, she made us believe that she has forgotten about Wolverine. Well, that is not completely true at all. But either way, once she is able to find Wolverine in the water and get him on her boat, she begins the process of trying to patch him up. Except when you have Wolverine trying to heal, when he looks at Josan, he thinks of the past woman he loved, which is Mariko. And I'm not going to sit down and dive into who Mariko is. But once you have Wolverine being able to fully heal up and get back on his feet, he tells Josan, "Thank you for helping me out." And then she says, "It's the least I could do because I owe you, because you had saved my life in the past, Wolverine." And so it's kind of like, wait a second. So you do remember Wolverine, because earlier you made it seem like you had no idea who the guy was. Now, as we dive into the next chapter, we do pick up with Jason explaining things to Wolverine by saying, "Listen, when it came to the Reavers taking me away because they realized that I was a great financial advisor who could help out with their finances, well, you also have Pretty Boy, one of the Reavers, begin the process of trying to reprogram me, because he has the ability to reprogram someone's mind, and his goal was to reprogram her mind into a mind of a Reaver. Now, luckily for her, the X-Men arrived to save her just in time, but the process was almost done. And so even though she was saved by the X-Men and sent back home by Lady Roma, she was still changed mostly by Pretty Boy. And so her mind does not work properly like it should. Now lately it has, because over time she has gotten better. Now, when it comes to Jason, she tells us that after the whole ordeal with the Reavers, she was able to go back home thanks to Lady Roma. But when it came to the few family members who had survived because they were not there at the bank when the bank was attacked, they began to look at her differently, wondering how she was able to survive, and kind of wondering if she had a hand when it came to the idea of the bank being attacked. And so she left the bank behind. But then when it came to her trying to find a new job, she couldn't find a job almost anywhere she went to. And so she wondered why in the world wasn't she able to find a job, because she was overqualified. But then she began to do some digging, and we kind of find out the only reason why the Reavers had attacked the bank, her bank, was because they were hired by Roche. And on top of that, when it came to her not being able to get a job, because of Roche again. And so when it came to Jason, she said, "You know what? I got tired of him, and so I came here to get rid of him." And she tells Wolverine that after leaving her home country behind and coming to Madripoor to begin the process of trying to take down Raj, she also began to learn different kinds of skills. And these skills began to help her to do an uprising on his territory, to try to take over his territory. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he understands that she is doing this as a way for revenge for what he has done to her family, but also to her and her life. But at the same time, he's wondering, what are you going to do when it comes time for you to actually take over his territory? And she says, I will become the new crime lord of Madripoor. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he's all like, I'm a hero, and my job is to stop guys like you. And so you're telling me if I help you take down one crime lord to make you a crime lord, then I have to wonder what to do with you. Now we do see Wolverine and also Josan arrive at a boat that belongs to a crew that has been helping out her. The problem is, as soon as they get on the boat, the entire crew has been slaughtered, and all signs point to Razor Fist, which shows that they're getting closer and closer to figuring out that she is Tiger. Now they realize that one crew member is missing, and she hears him crying in the other part of the boat, except when she runs over to that other part of the boat, that guy is surrounded by a bunch of explosives. And right when she opens up the door, the entire boat explodes. Now, as we dive into the 7th chapter, we learn that Wolverine was able to save Tiger's life at the very last second. And so when the boat exploded, they both fell into the water to survive the attack. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he does pull her out of the water and explain to her that this is now Rosh coming after you full force. He may not know who you are, but anybody who has a connection to you are now going to be targets. And this right here was just the first example. And so when it comes to Tiger, she realized that Wolverine is right. And she also realized what she has to do next, which is finally bring down Rosh. And really, Wolverine is right, because any other businesses out there who have allied themselves with Tiger are now being attacked by the forces of Rosh. And luckily for those businesses, Wolverine and Josan arrived just in time to help protect them. Now, once you have our two heroes being able to take down a few thugs, they begin to question one of them to figure out what in the world is going on. And we come to find out that Rosh believes that he has finally caught Tiger, because he believes that O'Donnell is Tiger. And so with them having O'Donnell and believing that he is Tiger, it's Rosh saying, okay, go out there and find anybody who had allied themselves with Tiger. If you find them, kill them off. Now you do have Josan and also Wolverine inform the thugs that their boss got the wrong guy. That O'Donnell is not Tiger, she is. And so now our two heroes say, you know what? It is finally time to get rid of him. It's finally time for the final battle. Now, when we jump back over to Rosh and his crew, they are torturing O'Donnell. Now, you would believe that he would go ahead and kill off O'Donnell because he believes that O'Donnell is Tiger, but he doesn't do that. Instead, he says, you know what? I am going to torture you for a very long time. And the reason why? Because you have been trying to ruin me for a very long time. And so every single moment, every single day where you were out there trying to bring me now is now coming back at you in a full-on torture session. I wish you the best of luck. But Raj really believes that O'Donnell is Tiger, the person who was trying to bring him down. And so as we dive into the 8th chapter, we do pick up with Wolverine and also Josan both breaking into the compound together, really separate, because you have Wolverine coming in the front while she comes in the back. But either way, you do have our two heroes being able to break into the compound together to finally bring down Raj. Now, I really like this a lot because it really shows how experienced Wolverine is, because he is able to sneak in very easily, but once he is caught, he is still able to overcome different kinds of obstacles. Now, when it comes to our heroes, at first it may seem like everything's going smoothly until you have Josan being able to find O'Donnell. Except when she does find O'Donnell, well, she is caught by the Inquisitor, and so now she has to deal with him. And when it comes to Wolverine, well, he is caught by Razor Fist. So now our two heroes have to fight two members of Raj's crew. Now, the next chapter is really more of our two heroes fighting against both Razorfist Inquisitor. You also have Sapphire beginning to attack Jason. Now, when it comes to this battle, you do have our two heroes winning the battle. Really, when it comes to Jason, she's able to take out Sapphire by just burning her face. And Sapphire is so concerned about losing her image, she basically runs off, and the Inquisitor goes with her. Now, when it comes to Wolverine and also Razorfist, that battle right there is pretty amazing. And it does end with Wolverine being able to defeat Razorfist. Now, we're left to believe that Razorfist dies right here because Wolverine does stab him, but it's comics. So we already know that Razorfist will come back down the road in later books and other titles. But either way, now it's time for Wolverine and Jason to deal with the one person they came here to get, which is Raj. Now, the final chapter is really more of Wolverine being able to find O'Donnell first, not Raj. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he's wondering where in the world is Tiger, because he told her to get O'Donnell and get the heck out of there. O'Donnell tells Wolverine, hey, she found me, she took care of 2 members of his crew, but then she went after him. Either way, you have Wolverine say, you know what? Let me go ahead and get you out of here. Except as soon as they walk outside, they are ambushed by Raj and a shotgun. Now, the shotgun does hit Wolverine, saving O'Donnell's life, but Wolverine is down for the count for now. And so then, luckily for the two heroes, you have Jason appear and being able to kill Raj. Now, when it comes to O'Donnell and Tiger, they believe that Wolverine is dead, not knowing that he has a healing factor. And so they just go on with their lives. They believe that Wolverine is dead, and you have Tiger now begin the process of taking over the territory of Raj. Now, after some time has passed by, we do pick up with Wolverine going right back over to Tiger to show that he is alive and well. Now, she is surprised, but now she's wondering what is Wolverine going to do now? Because he told her earlier, hey, listen, I'll help you get rid of Raj, but I'm telling you right now, if you cross the line as a new crime lord, I am going to take you down as well. And so he's telling her that he is going to stay for a while here in Madripoor to watch over her, to make sure that she does not do anything wrong or cross the lines that he feels like are bad lines to cross. Now, when it comes to Tiger, she's all like, okay, fine. To me, you're kind of like my own personal guardian angel. That is great. But you have Wolverine say, hey, while I'm here in Madripoor, you must call me Patch. This was the first time that Wolverine began to call himself Patch in the world of Marvel Comics. Either way, once he does tell her that, she does say, listen, you won my heart, maybe you can win my soul as well. And they kiss. So now this established a relationship between these two characters. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. But it's time for us to cover some Wolverine, 1988 Wolverine. This was volume 2 of Wolverine. See, the first one was a quick mini-series. This one was his first ongoing series. And guys, this really showed that back in the day, Wolverine was the most popular character on the X-Men who deserved his own title. And Marvel, back then, gave it to him. And of course, they called up Chris Claremont to write this series, most of it. Now, we're going to cover the first 3 issues of this storyline or the series. I do hope you enjoy. And so getting into the opening pages for today's video, we do pick up with Captain Lee Kawan Penn of Sovereign Airways, who is right now trying to make his last desperate stand against a pirate leader known as Madripoor Khan. Now when it comes to Captain Lee, it does look like he might be able to defeat Madripoor, except his crew does not play fair. It was supposed to be a one-on-one battle, but it wasn't. The pirate crew stepped in to help their leader being able to take down Captain Lee, and Captain Lee was killed off just like that. After the death of the captain, we learned that he was not the only hostage being held by this pirate crew. Matter of fact, there's a group of women who are still alive being held as hostages by this crew. Now, this is where we learn what exactly is going on here. See, when it came to Captain Lee, he was a pilot for a plane known as Sovereign Flight 49, but it had randomly disappeared on the island they're currently on, better known as Telebang. Now, when it came to Telebang, it used to belong to the Dutch many years ago. But because of that, the Dutch had built an airway just in case for emergency landings. And when it came to Flight 49, it had to make one. But unfortunately, it was hijacked by, of course, Khan's pirate crew. And so now we know how Captain Lee and these women all got caught. Now, most of the people on that plane have been killed off except the women. And we already know why. But they are in luck because somebody is coming to save them. And that would be Wolverine. And let me tell you guys, this man knows how to take out his targets one by one very quickly and fast without being caught at all. But then once he's able to take down a few members of the pirate crew, he does find one lady who was about to be the next victim of this crew. But luckily for her, Wolverine appeared. And he tells her, stay here, don't worry, I'll be back. Let me go ahead and take out this crew. Now, the reason why Wolverine is there is for a character known as Kojima Noboro, and I'll explain who he is here in a moment, but he does have close ties to a close ally of Wolverine. But as soon as Wolverine finds Noboro, he comes to find out that he's on the verge of dying because this pirate crew has done a number on him. But Wolverine is then caught by the actual pirate crew, and they believe they should be able to handle just one guy, but they have no idea who they are going up against. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, let me tell y'all, this man, he has no fear at all because he begins to cut up every single one of these pirates like it is nothing. Now, here's the thing. If Wolverine was just a regular guy, then yeah, he'll been dropped so easily, but because of his healing factor, he's able to take all the bullets they're throwing at him and still continue on and cut every single one of them down. Now, when it comes to their leader, Khan, he tries his best to get away. He realized there's no way he'll be able to take down Wolverine. Matter of fact, he even takes a hostage. But here's the problem though. Wolverine tells him that hostage is protecting you, but I'm telling you right now, if you kill her, there's nothing left to protect you. Meaning that, yeah, go ahead and kill her. I'm still coming after you no matter what. Now, while you had Khan being distracted, another member of the air crew was hiding in his boat. She comes out with a gun, bam, he's dead. And so now the entire crew has been killed off. Wolverine was able to save the last few survivors of Flight 49. But again, why is Wolverine here for? Why did he come all the way here for Kojima? Now we come to find out that Kojima belongs to a clan back in Japan. That clan would be the Yoshida clan. Now, the Yoshida clan is very important when it comes to the history of Wolverine. Let me explain. The clan belongs to an ex-lover of Wolverine, and that would be Mariko. Now, she was not the original leader of the clan. That would have been her father. But after her father's passing, she took over the clan. Now, her main goal at this time is to make the clan better because it does have a long history of criminal activity. Either way, when it came to Kojima, he was on his way over to Madripoor. But let's not forget, Flight 49 had to make an emergency landing on this island, and that is when the pirate crew stepped in. But we come to find out this pirate crew was actually hired by a cult. the cult of the Black Blade. See, when it comes to our friend here, he was on his way over to Madripoor to meet up with somebody who may or may not have the Muramasa blade. And when it comes to the cult of the Black Blade, they're also looking for the blade as well. And so when Flight 49 had to land on this island, they hired the pirate crew to attack Kojima to hopefully see if he has it. Of course, he does not, but somebody else does. And most likely the people that he was supposed to meet in Madripoor. And so now is Wolverine saying, okay, I have to head over there to find that person who may have the blade and hopefully protect them from the Black Blade. Got it? Let's go now. Now we do jump over to Madripoor Airport, and when we do, we pick up with Lindsay McCabe. Now Lindsay first appeared in Spider-Woman number 14. Matter of fact, her and Jessica Drew, the first Spider-Woman, are very close friends with one another. Now we kind of find out she was the person that Kojima was supposed to meet. Now Wolverine knows her, and the only reason why, because there was a short period of time where the X-Men had to stay in San Francisco where the X-Men met Lindsay and Jessica. Now here's the thing though, Wolverine cannot just walk up to her and say, hey, it's me, Wolverine. And the reason why? Because the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead. Let me explain. So when it came to Fall of the Mutants, the X-Men had to give up their lives to keep the adversary out of their reality. And when they did that, well, it was on live television. And so the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead. But in reality, they are not. Because right after they had gave up their lives, Lady Roma came around and said, no, you do not have to give up your lives. And she brought them right back to life. But to the world, the X-Men are still dead. Now, when it comes to Lindsay, she has no idea what is going on. She has no idea that she's currently being watched by a few members of the cult. Now, luckily for her, Wolverine is there as well. And so while she's leaving the airport, there are a few members of the cult trying to follow her, but Wolverine stops them. Now, when she does arrive at the hotel, well, when she walks into her room, there are more members of the cult who try to ambush her. Now, luckily for her, Wolverine was there once again to save the day. Now, after he's able to take down the thugs, she's wondering what in the world is going on. She's wondering who in the world this guy is, not knowing it is Wolverine. Now, you do have Logan tell her, hey, Kojima sent me, but I'm telling you, he is dead. But she says that's impossible because I just talked to him a week ago. And Wolverine said that is impossible because I just saw his dead body, which means whoever talked to you was not Kojima. Now she begins to freak out. And the reason why? Because her best friend, Jessica Drew, is about to meet with somebody who claims to be Kojima. And that tells Wolverine, uh-oh, we got a problem. We have to find her right now. Now, as we dive into the second chapter of this book, we do get into a very funny scene. Let me explain. So you do have Wolverine and also Lindsay go to Lowtown. Lowtown is the rougher area of Madripoor. The entire country is rough, but Lowtown, is a whole lot worse. Now, when they do arrive at the bar, Lindsay walks in first. Now, when Lindsay walks in, everyone is looking at her kind of like, why in the world are you here? We can already tell that you do not belong at a bar like this. And matter of fact, some of the guys seem like they're about to make a move on her until Wolverine walks in. And he says, back off. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, like I said earlier, along with the rest of the X-Men, he's presumed dead across the world. And so when he walks in, he's not known as Wolverine, he's known as Patch. Now, with that being said though, you do have our two characters go over to the bar, where Wolverine is well known by the bartender as well, where she comes over and hands Wolverine his good old drink. Now, when it comes to Lindsay, she also wants what he has. Now, Wolverine believes that she can't handle the drink that he gets. And so he said, you know what? Amuse me. Now, at first, when she does take a sip of the drink, it does seem like she's not able to take it, but then she bounced right back back up. I don't know why I find that funny, because the opening page of the second chapter is really more just Wolverine and Lindsay just, drinking and bonding and having a good time. Either way, they both remember why they came to this bar, to look for Jessica. But apparently, she's not here, and she was supposed to be here to meet somebody. Now, you do have Wolverine say, you know what, Lindsay, I want you to stay here with my friend, the bartender. I'm going to go upstairs and check the place out to see if I can find Jessica upstairs. The problem is, as soon as he goes upstairs, he picks up on something. He smells something. He walks into the room and he sees a bunch of dead bodies. And we're left to wonder what in the heck went down in here. Except before he is able to figure out what in the world happened, well, out of nowhere, someone else just barges into the room. Through the wall, actually, and that will be the Silver Samurai. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he knows the Silver Samurai very well. But at this point in Marvel Comics, they have fought a good few times. But either way, Wolverine does not know why in the world he's here right now looking for the Muramasa blade. And so when it comes to Wolverine, he knows he has to go ahead and take this man down. But here comes the problem though. He can't fight him like he usually does with his claws, because again, the entire world believes that Wolverine is dead. And so Wolverine has to fight differently. Now that's the problem, because when it comes to the Silver Samurai, he's also a mutant. He has the ability to transfer energy into his blade. And when he does that, that means he is able to cut down almost anything in his path. But while you have the two characters fighting against each other, well, out of nowhere, a third character pops up. And it's Jessica Drew. But here's the problem though. It seems like she's currently being possessed by the Muramasa blade. And so now with her being possessed, she has gone crazy, and now she has begun the process of trying to attack Wolverine and also the Silver Samurai. Now, while you have Jessica fighting against Silver Samurai and Wolverine, you have Silver Samurai share a small piece of information that kind of explains the Muramasa blade, also known as the Black Blade, by saying, listen, if you want to save her life, the only way to save her is to kill her. Because here's the thing. Whoever picks up the blade, they are automatically possessed by it. And so the only way to free her is to kill her. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, at first, he's not down with that idea. But as the fight goes on, he begins to realize that may be the only solution, to go ahead and kill her. But the problem is, he cannot use his claws, because to the entire world, he is dead. Now, once he is thrown into a different part of the bar, that is when he comes up with his own game plan to use his claws on the bar to bring the entire building down, because he knows then she'll run away somewhere else, hopefully somewhere more private, because then he'll be able to go after her, fight against her, and then kill her, and then get the blade back. Now, while you have Wolverine following after Jessica, you have Lindsay trying to help out the Silver Samurai. Now, here's the thing, because while she's doing that, she tells us that this is not her first time seeing him. Matter of fact, the first time these two characters met was back in Spider-Woman number 42, 43, and 44, where you had the Silver Samurai and Viper trying to kill her and also Jessica off. Now, luckily, they survive, but this is her now saying, I should get my revenge against you, because when the building did collapse, it did fall on top of Silver Samurai. He really can't move. She can go in for the final kill, but she realized that she is a better person. And so instead of killing him, she helps him out. Now, here's the thing. You have the two agree to help each other for two different reasons. One, he wants the blade, and two, she wants her friend back, Jessica. And so with those two different reasons, they agreed to work together, and now they're also following her to hopefully save her. Now, once you have Wolverine being able to catch up with Jessica, well, he realized that the last time he heard about her is completely wrong, because the last time he heard about her, someone told him, hey, she no longer has her powers. But we saw her just a moment ago clinging to walls, jumping off walls, throwing folks like it's nothing. And so to Wolverine, he's all like, I think that information is completely wrong right now. But either way, once he's able to catch up to her, they begin to fight against one another. Now, while you have the two characters fighting against each other, Wolverine is able to get the blade away from her. But the only reason why, because he was able to fight like his old self. Because there are no innocent people nearby who could say, oh, that's Wolverine. And so he has the ability to fight like his old self, where he was able to get the blade. Except right after he grabs the blade is no longer connected to Jessica. It's now connected to Wolverine, to the point where it actually takes over Wolverine's mind and body and saying, you are now my next host. And so when Silver Samurai and also Lindsay finally arrive at that location, well, they see Wolverine holding on to Jessica, but she's passed out. And he's over here screaming, saying that he's now the new host for the Black Blade. And so as we dive into the third chapter, we do pick up with Wolverine right now talking crazy about the idea of now being the new host for the Black Blade. Now, when it comes to the Silver Samurai and Lindsay, they're wondering what the heck can they do here? Now, they want to run into the building and stop Wolverine, but they can't do that because the building is on fire. Now, Wolverine is able to leave, but here's the thing, he takes Jessica with her, and our two heroes, once again, they can't follow him because the building is on fire. And now the question is, where in the world did Wolverine go to? Now, thankfully for the Silver Samurai and also Lindsay, we kind of find out that she knows somebody who could possibly help them to find Wolverine. And that would be O'Donnell. Now, we met O'Donnell in our last video in Marvel Comics Present Wolverine, where we had learned that O'Donnell has a bar in the low-life area of Madripoor. Now, when it comes to O'Donnell, he has his hands in all different kinds of things. Now, the reason why she's coming to him, because he is holding on to 3 members of the Black Blade cult. And if they are able to talk to them, they might be able to find Wolverine. And we come to find out the 3 people that O'Donnell's holding on to are the same 3 people who tried to ambush Lindsay back in her hotel room. Now, here's the thing. Lindsay used to be an actor, and so she is able to pull off one of the craziest things in this storyline. Let me explain. So Lindsay walks in. She said, hey guys, listen, I need information. I need to know, where is your hideout at? And they tell her no. And she said, fine, then we'll go ahead and begin to torture you. And so then she grabs the lady of the group and goes into a darker part of the room where they can't see her nor the lady. And then out of nowhere, you started hearing all these different kinds of noises. And you're left to believe that Lindsay is actually torturing this woman. And it scares the other 2 guys to the point where they begin to share all the information our heroes need to hear. But then we come to find out that Lindsay had faked the entire thing. Now we jump into another conversation between Lindsay and also the Silver Samurai. Now when it comes to this conversation, you had a Silver Samurai explain a tad bit more about the Muramasa blade by saying, hey, it was created by a guy known as Muramasa. Now when he was making the blade, he made sure to put a bit of his soul into the actual blade. And with him doing that, it was the best blade made ever in the history of blades. No one before him was able to do something like that. And that's all we get about the Muramasa blade. Now, when it comes to the Samurai, you do have him, Lindsay, and O'Donnell getting ready to head out to the cult's hideout because Wolverine is most likely there. And the rest of the story is really more of our heroes being able to find the hideout of the Black Blade cult. Now, once they do find the hideout, they have to hurry. And the reason why? Because Wolverine is about to sacrifice Jessica Drew. Now, here is the reason why he is going to sacrifice her for. Because once he does it, is going to complete the bond between Wolverine and the Blade. And so our heroes have to worry because Jessica Drew cannot fight back. For some strange reason, she's under some kind of trance. And so she's just sitting there waiting to be killed. Now, luckily for our heroes, they are able to go in there and begin the process of trying to save her, but to hopefully stop Wolverine. But the problem is, Wolverine is a great fighter, and with the Blade, he's a whole lot stronger. And so our heroes are having a hard time being able to defeat him until something big happens. You have Wolverine being able to break free from the control of the Muramasa blade. And once he's able to do that, he is able to get rid of the blade. And so this could lead into a happy ending. The Black Blade cult has been stopped. Muramasa blade can now go over to the Silver Samurai. And Wolverine is a free man. And oh yeah, Jessica, she's still alive. This can be a happy ending. Now you're probably wondering, why in the world would the Silver Samurai take the Black Blade? Because won't he also be possessed? And the answer to that question is no. For some unknown reason, the blade does not affect Silver Samurai at all. Now, when it comes to Wolverine, he said, the possibility of why that's happening is because you are just as mad as the blade is. You are both driven the same kind of way. And so possibly you cancel each other out. And that's really it. You have Silver Samurai being able to leave with the blade, and then Wolverine, Jessica, and Lizzie go their own way. And this ends today's comic book. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno, the next crossover we have to cover. And we do pick up now with X-Factor issues number 29, 30, 31, and 32. This was a 4-part storyline that introduces a new character known as Infectia. Now, when it comes to Infectia, she has the mutant ability to genetically mutate people on a molecule level. And we saw her at the very end of our last X-Factor video because she wanted the X-Factor's brand new ship. Now, we have no idea why, but she has been plotting to actually steal the ship for a while now. Now, there is something else I do want to mention about Infectia. See, she does have the ability to give people powers after they have been mutated. But here's the catch though. Those powers are not going to last forever. Usually they're on a time limit. When time runs out, the powers goes away, but so does your life. Now, there is something else I do want to mention about Infectia. She is a spoiled brat. See, usually after she's able to trick men into helping her with different kinds of tasks, and after she's able to mutate them, once they get their powers, they show more love toward their powers than her, and they want to do more things for themselves rather than for her, and she hates that a lot. Example of a spoiled brat. Now, we do pick up with X-Factor. Now, when we do pick up with X-Factor, they are currently being interviewed by a bunch of reporters who have a lot of questions about the X-Factor ship, the aircraft that was given to them by Apocalypse. Because remember, when it came to Fall of the Mutants, the X-Factor team had a fight against Apocalypse on this aircraft that did cause a lot of damage across the city. Now, after our heroes were able to defeat Apocalypse, they then took over the aircraft. Now, in our last video, our heroes found out the aircraft is actually alive, being controlled by an AI system. But they also found out there was a bomb on the aircraft that had the ability to wipe out New York completely. Now, luckily for our heroes, they were able to stop the bomb before it had exploded. But these reporters, they want all the answers to their questions right now. Now, when it comes to X Factor, they do inform the people of New York they are going to move the aircraft over to a nearby ocean to cause less problems for the people of New York. Now, as soon as they said that, well, Infectia heard, and she is not happy at all. But now she has her next victim, another guy who finds her very attractive and wants to help her, and she's going to use him as a way to help her accomplish her next goal. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he's not liking the idea of being interviewed by all these different reporters because his mind is somewhere else. His main goal currently is to hopefully find his missing son. After finding out that Madripoor Pryor was alive the entire time that he assumed that she was dead, she also told him on live television to find their son. And of course, that's his main goal right now. And so he hates the idea of wasting time with reporters when he could use that time to hopefully find his son. Now, another character I do want to focus on is Beast, because around this point in Marvel Comics, Beast had lost his intelligence when he had fought against one of the horsemen of Apocalypse, better known as Pestilence. She gave him a random disease. Now, with that disease, it made him stronger, but it made him dumb, and Beast hates the idea of being out in public being dumb, not smart. Now, one of the reporters, known as Trish Tilby, she did a piece on X Factor to inform the people of New York what X Factor had to do to save the city. She also mentioned that one of the members of the team had lost their intelligence. Now, when it comes to Beast, he feels like Trish had called him out, that she had basically told everyone in the city that he is dumb, but she did not. She said one of the members of X Factor. That could be anybody on the team at this point. Either way, Trish has a crush on Beast, and she has been trying to build up their relationship. And Beast, he also has a crush on her and has been trying to build up that relationship. But now with Beast thinking that this could affect them down the road. Now, getting back over to Infectia, we do learn a tad bit more about the character, with the idea that when it comes to Infectia, her father also was a mastermind in genetics, and he made a lot of money. But after his passing, he gave everything over to his daughter. And so that explains why she has all these different kinds of devices inside her brownstone. Now, when it comes to her latest victim, Homeboy believes that he is about to have some fun time with Infectia, but in reality, she's about to use him for her next goal, which is to steal the aircraft of X Factor, and so she mutates him. Now, this leads into a big moment for Cyclops and Jean Grey. Let me explain. So around this time, Cyclops was married to Madripoor Pryor because Jean Grey had supposedly died in the Dark Phoenix saga. He moved on, got with Madripoor, married Madripoor, had a son with Madripoor, and everything was going great until Jean Grey had supposedly came back to life. He left his wife and kid behind to go be with Jean Grey and go form X Factor. After a while, he realized that was the wrong move and went back to Alaska to be with his wife and son, except when he got back home, he couldn't find them, and he believed they were dead. And so he went back to X Factor and got with Jean Grey, except right after he got with Jean Grey, he then found out that Madripoor was not dead at all. Matter of fact, she was with the X-Men. But when he found out, the X-Men had just gave up their lives to stop the adversary, including Madripoor. Now, before she had supposedly died, she left a message behind saying, "Find our son. I'm alive, he's alive, you have to find him now." And when it comes to Cyclops, that's his goal. But the reason why he's so mad right now, because while he was over there kissing Jean Grey, his wife was alive and his son as well, and they were out there on their own trying to survive. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, Cyclops should be mad at Madeline, because if she was alive, then why did she not try to reach out to him? Now, the next character I do want to focus on is Archangel. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, Archangel is trying his best to find his ex-girlfriend, Candy. Now, the reason why she is an ex is because in the early days of X Factor Comics, when it came to Jean Grey, she wanted to be with Cyclops, but she couldn't because he was married to Madeline Pryor, and that made her single. Now, when it came to Angel, he's kind of like, okay, she's single. It's my time to move in, because he had a crush on her since the early days of X-Men comics. But the problem was, he was still with Candy. And so one day, when you had Angel trying his best to get with Jean Grey, Candy stopped by the base and caught them in the act. And she got very upset and left. And that was their breakup. But here's the thing, because Candy was also helping out with a lot of different things when it came to Archangel's businesses. Now, recently, he found out that she has been kidnapped, and he believes that she has been kidnapped possibly by someone who wanted to get rid of him. Now, he did find a clue that she was supposed to meet up with Trish, and apparently they did. And you have Trish tell Archangel the only thing she knows is that when it came to Candy, she found out that Cameron Hodge was not really a good person, that Cameron Hodge was also working alongside with a group known as The Right, whose main goal is to get rid of mutants across the board. But that's all Trish knows. And on top of that, she tells Archangel when she last heard about Cameron Hodge, he had died in a plane crash. Which she is correct, because we saw that back in Fall of the Mutants when he went after the New Mutants. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he does not believe that at all. And so now his goal is to continue to find more clues to hopefully find Candy. Now, getting back over to the Infectia plotline, you do have Infectia sending out her men that she had infected to attack the ship of the X Factor. By the way, she called these guys her antibodies. Either way, when it comes to these creatures, while they're fighting against X Factor, you have Jean Grey the entire time thinking of Madeline Pryor. Let me explain, y'all. So when it comes to Jean Grey, she's very upset with Madeline about the idea that Madeline did not fight for Cyclops. She technically just gave up and let him walk out the front door to go be with X Factor. But even then, when she knew that she was alive and Cyclops was looking for her, why did she not try to call out for Cyclops? Why did she not try to find her son? And so for Jean Grey, she looks at Madeline as a monster, as a horrible mother, a horrible wife, and all that anger inside of Jean Grey, she just explodes of psychic energy to the point where she is able to get rid of the 4 antibodies. But let's not forget, earlier, when it comes to Infectia, she told us that most times, or really all the time, when she gives someone abilities after being mutated, when that time runs out, their powers and their lives goes away. And so we're left to wonder, did Jean Grey just kill these 4 men? Or did their time run out? Either way, Infectia had lost her chance to get the aircraft of X Factor. Now, when it comes to Infectia, she's not done just yet. Matter of fact, she has a plan B. That plan B is Iceman. See, around this time in Marvel Comics, Iceman was a ladies' man. And so for her, this is great. So now she'll be able to use her abilities on Iceman to hopefully have him on her side, but to also have him hand the ship over to her. And so now she'll go after Iceman. And speaking of Iceman, you currently have him outside the ship right now with the trainees of X Factor. Because remember, the original purpose of X Factor was to continue on with the dream of Charles Xavier. And so they had went around and found different young mutants that they could train to hopefully teach them how to control their powers. Except when it comes to Iceman, he's kind of a goofball. And we kind of find out that him and the trainees had created a new kind of game, and this game is called Volleybomb. Now, Volleybomb may sound like volleyball, but Iceman has a baseball bat. Either way, they use the powers of Boom Boom, where she is able to create small time bombs and use those time bombs as ball for their Volleybomb game. Either way, when it comes to Cyclops and Jean Grey, they do not like the game at all because Boom Boom's time bombs can do a lot of damage if they're not being controlled properly. And so you have Cyclops and Jean Grey get angry at Iceman, but they do inform everyone that they are going to leave and head over to Dallas. Now, after you have Cyclops and Jean Grey head over to Dallas, you do have Iceman and Beast head into New York City, because when it comes to Iceman, he loves all the attention that him and X-Factor are currently getting, because with X-Factor being able to stop Apocalypse and save New York, they are the most famous people in the city right now. They're getting a lot of love, and so with that love, Iceman is loving it. Now for Beast, he's not really loving it at all. He just tagged along because Iceman told him to. But for Beast, he'd rather be back at home, away from the people. But Iceman, he's all like, "No, ladies, come here." Now the entire time our heroes are out there, they're being watched by Infectia, who's just waiting for the right moment. Now, while you have Beast out in the city trying to clear his mind, he does see a police officer. Now, this police officer is going to be Infectia's next target. Now, this police officer is a great example of the idea that even though X-Factor was able to save the city from Apocalypse, you still have people out there who hate mutants a lot, like this police officer. And so he does express how much he hates mutants, but then he's confronted by Infectia. Now when it comes to Infectia, she wants to use him as a way to get closer to Iceman. And so we see her infect him and turn him into one of her antibodies. But when she did that, Beast saw her, not all the way. He did see her and the officer disappear in the alleyway, but then reappear with the officer looking different and her still looking somewhat normal. And Beast is wondering what in the world happened in that alleyway. Now, the reason why Cyclops and Jean Grey are heading over to Dallas, because that was the last spot the X-Men were seen. Because when they had given up their lives to stop the adversary, they were in Dallas fighting alongside with the Freedom Force team to save the world. And so this is Cyclops and Jean Grey saying, let's go find Freedom Force. Maybe, just maybe, they can help us to figure out what happened to my son, but what happened to the X-Men as well. Now, out of nowhere, we do get this page where we do pick up with a random aircraft attaching itself to a house in the middle of a random town. Now, inside the aircraft, we do see a mysterious egg-shaped character. Now, we already know who this is, but for the sake of the story, we're kind of wondering who is this character and what do they have in mind for this house they just landed on. But getting back over to the Infectia storyline, you have Infectia arrive at the restaurant that Iceman is at. Now, when she does arrive, she pretends that she's being chased after by her antibody. But here's the thing, she's not, but the antibody is acting like a crazy monster who wants her so badly. And so Iceman believes that she is a woman in danger and he has to do what's best to protect her. Now, Beast knows there's something up with her, and Beast tries to tell Iceman, hey man, you cannot trust her. I feel like she's actually with that creature who's trying to attack you. But because Beast is now getting dumber and dumber, Iceman no longer actually wants to listen to Beast and believes that Beast is just now some crazy person speaking nonsense. Also because he likes ladies so much, and Infectia is kind of cute, he wants to get with her. And so once you have Iceman being able to take down the antibody, he's kind of down to take her back to their aircraft. Now, getting back over to Archangel, we see him breaking into one of his own facilities. Now, something else to mention about Archangel is that in the middle of X Factor, we were left to believe that Angel had died, but he did not die. He was actually saved by Apocalypse and brought back as Archangel. But after being dead for a short period of time, you did have everyone move on, but they also had to do Angel's will. In his will, he handed the entire company over to Cameron Hodge because he believed that Cameron was a close friend. Now, even though Archangel is around now, the world still has no idea that Warrington is alive again. Either way, we see him going now to different places that really belongs to him to hopefully find any information about Candy to figure out why she has been taken away. Now, you do have Jean Grey and Cyclops being able to find Freedom Force. Now remember, Freedom Force was Mystique's old Brotherhood of Evil Mutants who have recently turned good only because the government says, if you help us out, we will forgive you for all the crimes that you had committed. Now, when it comes to Freedom Force, they are not trying to tell Cyclops and Jean Grey anything about what happened to the X-Men or possibly his son. Instead of saying, listen, we're here to arrest you because there is a new law. If you are a mutant, you have to register. And when it comes to Cyclops and Jean Grey, they haven't done that. And so the Freedom Force, it's time to arrest them. Now, getting back over to the Infectia plotline, you have Infectia and Iceman and Beast arrive back at the aircraft. So Iceman is going to give her, it seems like, what she wants, which is the aircraft. Except to make sure she can get it, she has to kiss Iceman. Now, when they arrive, you have Iceman introduce Infectia to all the trainees. And all the trainees are wondering who in the world is this woman. But right off the bat, they realize that they cannot trust her, especially how Beast says some things about her. Either way, you now have Infectia trying her best to kiss Iceman. And if she does, she may be able to actually mutate him and then possibly get the aircraft that she wants so badly. Now, luckily for Iceman, his trainees were there to stop him because you did have Boom Boom send out a time bomb that did separate Iceman and also Infectia. Now, Iceman, he's ticked off because he wanted that kiss, but you didn't have Leech being able to use his ability to cancel out Iceman's powers by saying we should all go to bed. Now, the only reason why the trainees are doing this because Beast told them we have to keep her away from Iceman. He's not trying to listen to me and understand that she's not a good person. That matter of fact, she's a bad guy trying to get something out of Iceman. And so that begins the process of our trainees beginning to do different things to keep Iceman and Infectia from being able to kiss each other. Now, when we jump over to Cyclops and Jean Grey, they're about to fight against Freedom Force, and I love this so much because you do have Freedom Force believe because they have the numbers, they should be able to easily defeat Cyclops and Jean Grey. Except Cyclops is a man right now on a mission. He wants to know where in the world is his son. He's not playing around. And so you have Jean Grey and Cyclops beginning the process of beating down on Freedom Force. I mean, literally beating down on his team. At the end of the section, you have Cyclops saying, where is my son? I feel like you guys might have some answers that could help me figure out where to look for my son. But getting back over to the base of X Factor, you have the trainees trying all these different kinds of things to keep Iceman and also Infectia from being able to kiss one another. Now, here's the thing. In New York, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Everyone should be somewhat exhausted, but they're not. Iceman, he's on a mission. Infectia is on a mission. The trainees are on a mission. It's kind of hilarious because Iceman really just wants a kiss so bad, and these kids are trying their best to protect him. And on top of that, let's not forget the aircraft, the base of the X Factor team is also alive. It's an AI system. It goes out of its way to also help out Iceman to make sure that he does not kiss Infectia as well. We then pick up with that egg-shaped like character again, and when we do, we see her getting ready to release someone into the house that her aircraft had attached to earlier. And when that person walks into that house, all we hear, or see, is gunshots, and we're left to wonder if this other character killed off the entire family. Now, getting back over to Cyclops and Jean Grey, they just got done fighting against Freedom Force. Now, at the end of their battle, you did have Destiny tell our heroes something very important about how they may be able to find Cyclops' son. And she says, if you want to make sure your son has a future, you have to realize his future is connected to your past. That's all she said. Well, also she says, listen, I can tell that he is your son, Cyclops. I can also tell that he is not Jean Grey's son, that he belongs to Madeline Pryor. Either way, she says your destiny is back in New York if you want to be able to find your son and save him. Now, getting back over to the Archangel plotline, you have Archangel just flying around to different locations that used to belong to him. But the reason why he's doing that is trying to find more information about Candy. Now, while he is doing that, he has no idea that he's being watched by a mysterious group. Now, we're left to believe that this mysterious group is most likely more members of the Right, but we have no idea. Either way, their goals are very similar to the Right, to get rid of the mutant race. But on top of that, their goal now is to go after people who have no idea they are mutants, to hurry the process of killing off the mutant race. Now, getting back over to Infectia and Iceman, because Infectia was not able to get a kiss from Iceman, she took him back to her house to have some alone time, but to also be able to get a kiss from him. Now, as soon as they arrive, she makes sure that Iceman is bound to one of her machines and his powers are canceled out. So then she'll be able to do whatever she wants to him, except Beast followed them, and Beast stepped in to save his friend. Now, luckily for Infectia, she did have someone else in the building that she does infect and turns into an antibody to fight against Beast. Now, Beast is able to take down the antibody very quickly, but then when it comes to Infectia, it looks like she is about to go ahead and kiss Iceman, except Beast jumps right in front of the kiss, and then he is mutated by Infectia. There is a huge explosion, and we see that he's now half blue furry again and half human looking. And we're wondering, is Beast about to turn back into his blue furry form again? Now, we are going to go ahead and cover X Factor number 32. Even though it's not really that important for the overall coverage of X Factor and X-Men comics, I still want to go ahead and cover it, because you do have X Factor fighting against the Avengers, but not really the Avengers. Let me explain here. So you do have the Avengers right now donating the old spot where Avengers managed to be at as a green space for the city. Now, while you have a lot of people there celebrating the mayor and the Avengers, you have a group of people wearing coats and hats, hiding their faces, also watching the Avengers as well. But while watching the Avengers, they really express that they don't like the Avengers, especially Thor. But then out of nowhere, they go out of their way to shake hands with the Avengers. And then after doing that, they are then teleported to their spaceship. And we come to find out the 4 people who had teleported away belong to an alien race known as Zartan, and they're being led by Lord Zano. Now, this is not the first time we have seen Lord Zano in Marvel Comics. Matter of fact, him and his father have fought against Thor multiple times and lost to Thor multiple times, especially when it comes to trying to conquer the Earth. And so, when it comes to Lord Zano, this is all about trying to get revenge, to hopefully conquer the Earth. And so when it comes to his minions, the reason why they went down to Earth and shook hands with the Avengers is so that they are able to copy the DNA structure of the Avengers and change their body appearance to look just like the Avengers, to copy their powers and their weapons as well. but then out of nowhere, they detect another spaceship on Earth. And that would be X-Factor in their spaceship. Now, when it comes to X-Factor, they're right now just checking in on Beast, who is currently in a coma, thanks to him kissing Infectia. And you also see that Iceman is very upset with himself. He blames himself for what happened to Beast, and technically, he should, because Beast tried to warn him and he ignored Beast because all he wanted was some Infectia in his life. Now, here's the thing, because out of nowhere, the ship warns X-Factor, hey, the Avengers had just teleported on the ship. When I last checked, only mutants are allowed on the ship, and the Avengers are not mutants at all. So how in the world are they able to get onto the ship? Now, getting over to the trainees, we kind of find out that they're very worried about what could possibly happen to them because they feel like sooner or later, X-Factor is no longer going to keep them around, meaning that they could most likely go to a boarding school or just somewhere else in the world for the time being, because X-Factor is no longer in the business scenes into training young people on how to control their powers. But then out of nowhere, they get locked inside their playroom by the ship. And we kind of find out why the children got locked up, because of Cyclops. To protect them, he told the ship to lock them away until they know why in the world the Avengers are here for. Now, when it comes to X-Factor, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Iceman, they do go confront the Avengers, not knowing that this is not the Avengers at all. And as soon as they arrive in the same room with the Avengers, it leads into a battle. Now, when it comes to the trainees, they realize that X-Factor is not fighting against the Avengers, but they also realize that X-Factor has not realized that they're not fighting against the Avengers. Now, the reason why the trainees know that, because when they turn their TV on, they see the Avengers on TV, but then see the Avengers in their base. And they're like, there's no way they'd be in two places at the same time. And so you have the trainees trying their best to convince the ship to let them go to help out the X-Factor team to fight against the Avengers. Now, luckily for X-Factor, the children do arrive just in time to help out. Matter of fact, thanks to the children, you have our heroes realize that this is not the Avengers at all. Instead, it's just a group of aliens. And you have our heroes being able to stop the aliens and then be able to move on with their day. Now, to close on today's video, we jump back over to Chicago, where we do pick up with that mysterious group from earlier, but now we pick up with their leader. Now, we're still left to believe that this could most likely be the Right, but on top of that, this could be Cameron Hodge right now. Either way, you have their leader using magic to contact a demon from Limbo, and that would be in Azareth, and I really hope I pronounce his name correctly. Now, when it comes to in Azareth, they're trying to make a deal with one another. For the leader, what he wants in return is immortality, but what in Azareth wants is powerful mutants. Now, luckily for the demon, when it comes to this group right here, they have been tracking down mutants across the world, and they do know a few who are really powerful. Some could possibly be children. And so you have the leader saying, fine, if you want mutants, I will go my way to get you those mutants. But in return, you must give me immortality. And this is where we are. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. Now, we do pick up with Uncanny X-Men number 232 all the way up to 234. Now, this is a three-part story arc where we see the return of the Brood. Now, the Brood is an alien insect race, and their main goal is to conquer the universe. Now, usually, when they find a race they want to conquer, what they they do is they capture a few people of that race and plant eggs inside of those people. And sooner or later, those eggs are going to hatch and transform those people into more brood. And then they continue the process until they are able to completely conquer that race and take over that planet. Now, when it comes to the X-Men, they have fought the Brood before and got very lucky last time. But the X-Men knows if the Brood ever comes to Earth, it could be a problem. And the problem is the X-Men have just found out the Brood had arrived on Earth. This is technically a callback to the earlier parts of Uncanny X-Men. You see, back in Uncanny X-Men number 216 all the way up to 218, we had a 3-part story arc where you had the X-Men dealing with different kinds of situations. But Havoc and Polaris, they found a Brood spaceship. Now, when they found it, it was completely abandoned. But Havoc and Polaris knows that that was a huge problem. And so, when it came to Havoc, he wanted to tell the X-Men what he just found alongside with Polaris. Except, right after that story, we had to jump into Fall of the Mutants. And so this is Chris Claremont saying, hey guys, I am finally going to tell my story when it comes to the Brood. And so as we dive into today's storyline, we do pick up with a group of people in the past right before the spaceship had crashed. And you have this group of people just minding their business, having a picnic out in the middle of the desert. The problem is the spaceship crashes. And this group, well, they are a group of some nosy people, and they want to see what in the world had just crashed near them. We already know it is a Brood spaceship. And as soon as they arrived, one by one, each member of the group gets killed off just like that, except one, and that would be Harry. Now, when it comes to Harry, he is able to get back into his car and drive off, except while driving off, in the past, he almost hit Polaris and Havoc, but luckily they survived. Now, when it comes to Harry, it seems like he was able to go on with his life, but unfortunately, all of his friends died by the hands of the Brood. But we're left to wonder what happened to the Brood after that moment. But when it comes to Harry, we are able to see that he was able to go on with his life, even though his entire friend group was killed off. Now, we kind of find out that he is a paramedic in Denver, Colorado. Now, we see him responding to a call, and the call is that a mutant whose powers had just manifested has started a fire. Now, the fire department, they were able to put out the fire, but now the mutant is having a heart attack. And so you have Harry go there to help out the patient. Now, when he arrives, he tells everybody to leave. And this is where we find out how Harry was able to survive that Brood attack, because they were able to plant an egg inside of him. And unfortunately, he is already transforming into a Brood, but we now see him planting an egg inside this mutant's body to continue the process of possibly taking over the human race. Now, we do jump over to the base of the X-Men. Now, we pick up with Madeline Pryor, and I want to explain who she is at this point in Marvel Comics, just in case this is your first video in my coverage over the X-Men. So when it comes to Madeline at this point, she was married to Cyclops. See, when Jean Grey died in the Dark Phoenix saga, supposedly, Cyclops moved on. He found Madeline, he married Madeline, and had a son with Madeline. But then, out of nowhere, Jean Grey came back, and Cyclops left his wife and son behind to be with Jean Grey to also form X-Factor. But then, after a while, he realized, oh, I have a wife and son. And so he went back to Alaska to be with them, except when he got back, he couldn't find them, and he was left to believe that they were dead. And then he went back over to X-Factor and got with Jean Grey. Except we come to find out that Madeline, the entire time that she was missing, was with the X-Men, but Cyclops had no idea. And so while he was with Jean Grey and having a new, love life with Jean Grey, he then found out that Madeline was alive. Except When he found out, it was when the X-Men had gave up their lives to stop the adversary. And so the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead, and so is Madeline. Now, here's the thing. The X-Men and Madeline, they did supposedly die, but Lady Roma brought them back to life. And the X-Men had decided to not tell the world that they were alive as a way to work from the shadows, to take on their enemies without them knowing that they were coming, and that include Madeline as well. And so the Cyclops, he believes that his wife is dead, but his son is still out there. And so when it comes to Madeline, she kind of just moved on with her life, but hoping that one day her and Cyclops will be back together again, except when she turns on the computer monitor and sees the latest news about X Factor, she sees Cyclops with Jean Grey, and they're holding hands. And so now she believes that Cyclops is no longer trying to be with her or look for her because he has Jean Grey, the woman he loved before her. And that sent her down a spiral. But then we jump over to Harry. Now, when it comes to Harry, we see him arriving back home to his apartment, except as soon as he walks in, we get the idea that he has no idea that there's a brood egg inside of him that is slowly transforming him. But on top of that, it seems he does not remember what he did earlier to that mutant that had started the fire earlier. Either way, when he gets home, he's confronted by the X-Men. Now, this is the X-Men who already know that he is a brood. And they already know the only way to save Harry or to possibly stop him is to kill him. And so you have the X-Men kind of like, hey buddy, we're the X-Men and we're here to kill you. But the thing is, when it comes to Harry, he has abilities. And with those abilities, he is able to defend himself against the X-Men to the point where he is able to get away from them. And so you have Harry being able to get away, but you didn't have the team regroup. Now, I do want to establish one thing when it comes to the team at this point in Marvel Comics. Only Wolverine, Storm, and Colossus have dealt with the Brood before. The rest of the team has not. And that's really important because Wolverine, he's already down with the idea of killing off Harry. Storm and Colossus, they agree with him. But Storm wants to capture Harry first so that Psylocke is able to read his mind and the mind of the Brood to figure out if there is a possibility there are more brood on the planet Earth. But when it comes to the rest of the team, they're not really down about killing off somebody who seems innocent. But they don't understand that Harry may seem innocent, but he's no longer innocent. He has been affected by the brood. The brood is slowly taking over his body, and sooner or later, he'll be a brood completely, and Harry be gone forever. And so the only way to save Harry and the planet Earth is to go ahead and kill off Harry. And so you have the X-Men find Harry. Once they do, the fight continues on, and Harry is able to go toe-to-toe with the X-Men for a few pages, up to the point where you have the X-Men corner him in an alleyway. Now, once they do that, it seems like this is going to be the moment where you have Wolverine killing off Harry to save the Earth, except you then have some police officers arrive telling Wolverine and Rogue and also Harry to put their hands in the air. Wolverine, he does not do that. Instead, you have Wolverine kill off one of the officers. When he does that, Rogue freaks out and she's wondering what in the world is wrong with you. And you have Wolverine saying, you don't understand. That cop was no longer a regular human being. He was a brood. His partner is also a brood. Now Psylocke, she's able to confirm that. Except while you had the X-Men trying to confirm that, more and more people begin to appear and surround the X-Men. And we're going to find out all these different people, they all have been infected by the brood. And that shows that while the X-Men were dealing with the adversary and other things around the world, the brood was able to build up a small army of people who all have powers. But things only get worse from here, because we come to find out every single person that is currently surrounding our heroes was a mutant before the Brood had taken over their bodies. And this explains a lot, because earlier when it came to Harry fighting against the X-Men, the reason why he was able to go toe-to-toe with the X-Men was not because he was a Brood, it's because he was a mutant, and the Brood was using his body and his powers to fight against the X-Men earlier. And so every single person that is currently surrounding our heroes, they were also mutants before the Brood had taken over their bodies. And now the Broods are able to use their powers against the X-Men. And so now the X-Men got a problem, because one of the Broods, or Brood mutants, has the ability to release pheromones to enslave other people to do whatever they want them to do. And so Psylocke and Rogue, bam, they get hit with the pheromones. They're now helping out the Brood mutants. Wolverine gets taken out just like that. Storm, she freaks out, she flies away. The X-Men are beginning to struggle. Now we jump over to the amphitheater in Red Rock, and we pick up with William Conover. Now we see William getting ready for his Glory Day Crusade. And when it comes to William, he's not really a big time character in Marvel Comics, nor just X-Men comics, but he does pop up here and there throughout time when it comes to X-Men comics, because he's pro-mutant. He's always trying to help out mutants no matter what. Now, when it comes to William, like I said earlier, he's getting ready for his Glory Day Crusade. But before that, him and his wife have a conversation about mutants. And when it comes to their conversation, he's trying his best to understand, not him, trying to get her to understand that when it comes to mutants, they're humans just like him and her. He's saying the reason why people are so scared of the mutant race because they are the future. They are something new. He realized that people are always scared of trying or seeing something new. They are afraid their ideas, their old ideas, will come extinct and no longer matter, and not try to adapt to new things happening in the world. And so when it comes to the mutants, he believes that they are the future of the human race. But the reason why people are so scared of that, because they're not going to be able to be part of that future, because by then the mutants would have taken over completely. But he still believes it's the right thing to do, to work alongside with the mutants rather than try to kill them off. Now, getting back over to Madeline Pryor, we see her having a dream, really more of a nightmare for me. When it comes to her dream, at first, it's not that bad, because she's able to be with Cyclops and their son, and they're being a family, which is a great thing to see. But here comes the catch though, because you have Gateway Finder in the real world just laying down on the ground while she's having this dream. Now he does try to invade her dream to see what's going on to possibly help her, but when he does arrive inside her dream, Cyclops blasts him and flames appear. And once the flames goes away, you have Jean Grey appear. Now at first, it's not just Jean Grey. It looks like there's a mannequin just standing there. But then you have Cyclops beginning to remove all the different facial features of Madeline and putting them on Jean Grey to recreate her. And then you have Cyclops in this dream saying, you know what, Madeline, I was not fair to you, because the entire time I was with you, I was just trying to use you as a way to replace Jean Grey. But now she is back, I can now leave you and go be with her. And matter of fact, I am going to take our son away as well to be with us, and we'll be a family, and you'll be left alone. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to Madeline, she can't say anything in this dream, because every single piece of her was removed and put on Jean Grey, including her mouth. Now, for me personally, it seems like this is Madeline saying, I was never truly there in Cyclops' heart. It was just always Jean Grey. I was just used to fill the black hole in his heart, but now she is back. He can take everything away from me now and give it back to her. All that love he gave me is now going to her now. But getting back over to the X-Men who are fighting against the Brood mutants, this leads into that moment I was talking about earlier. The idea of some X-Men members having a hard time killing someone. Because while you have Storm fighting against one of the Brood mutants, you have Havoc use his ability to kill off that Brood mutant to help out Storm. But this was Havoc's first kill ever in X-Men comics, and for him it's hard to accept the idea that he just killed somebody. And even though Storm and Colossus and Wolverine told him, we have no choice here, we have to kill them as a way to save the human race, for Havoc it's still hard to believe in the idea that he killed somebody. Even though this person was infected, once they died, he turned back to normal. He looks like a human being. But you have Storm say, listen, we don't have time to sit here and be sad and everything. We have to get back up and help out our fellow X-Men and deal with the rest of these broods. And so they continue on. And the fight continues on. But here's the thing, because now you have more and more members of the X-Men who are at first not down with the idea of killing off people, beginning to understand they have no choice here. It's to kill to save the human race or just be killed off by the Brood mutants. For example, when it comes to Dazzler, when she's fighting against her opponent, she is struggling, but Longshot comes in and saves her. But Longshot understands that, hey, we have to kill if we're going to win. Now, I want to say Colossus, man, Colossus is the man in this story arc, because every single Brood mutant that goes up against him, they die. Homeboy is not playing around. Matter of fact, after Longshot had saved Dazzler, Longshot gets captured by a Brood mutant. But that Brood mutant does not know that behind him is Colossus. He walks up behind this Brood mutant and snaps his neck. And when he does it in front of a crowd of people, they're all like, oh my God. But Colossus, he understands, like Wolverine, like Storm, we don't have time to play around here. We have to kill these guys off if we are going to be able to win this battle. Now, getting back over to Madeline, we still see her having this dream. Now, we're going to find out that this is not really a dream. Matter of fact, this is another step leading us into X-Men Inferno. Now, when it comes to Madeline, when she arrives to this island in her mind called Paradise Island, she is confronted by Sim. Now, when it comes to Sim, he is a demon from Limbo, and he has been trying his best to take over Limbo. But unfortunately, Limbo is being ruled over by magic, and he has been trying his best to remove her as the ruler of Limbo. But it seems like now Madeline could possibly help him achieve that goal. And so when it comes to Madeline, she's kind of confused on what's happening here. And when it comes to Sim, he begins to play on what she believes is her downfalls. The idea of losing her son, the idea of losing her husband to another woman who looks just like her. And so when it comes to Sim, he said, listen, I'm here to make you an offer. I'm here to give you what you desire, a part of you you want to be so badly. And so he shows her his 4 fingernails. Each fingernail represents a different part of Madeline on what she could possibly become down the road. Now, because Madeline believes that this is a dream, she chose the fingernail that's more of her trying to get revenge against Cyclops, against Jean Grey. And again, because she believes that this is a dream, when she chose that fingernail, Sim says, perfect. That's the one I wanted you to choose. And he basically stabs his fingernail into her body, and then he leaves. But when he leaves, we see that she has a new outfit, and we're left to wonder where this could possibly lead to. But we have to jump back over to William Conover, because you're about to see him get ready to do his sermon. Actually, when he walks away, we focus on his wife more because she's not feeling well. And then she's confronted by a character known as Josie Palmer. Now, Josie is the partner to Harry when they're both working together as paramedics. And she tells his wife, hey, I can help you out. And we get the idea, possibility that Josie is actually a brood, and she's about to give his wife a brood egg as well. But when it comes to William, he has no idea because he walked away. He is about to go on stage and give his sermon. Except while you have William about to give his sermon, it leads into the X-Men battle being taking place right at the amphitheater, because they've been fighting across town over to where William and his crowd of people are at. And now you have everyone watching the X-Men fight against these different people who have been infected by the Brood. Now you would think, okay, this is going to lead into the Reverend beginning to change his mind and become anti-mutant. But he's not going to be, because he's watching firsthand what's happening to the X-Men as they fight against these creatures. He's watching the X-Men trying their best to defend the people who are just innocent bystanders and trying to get away. And so at the end of the battle, he realized that yes, mutants can actually be good people. Look at what they just did. They protected all of us against this race of aliens. This is a great thing. And that leads into a press conference, because right after you had the X-Men deal with the Brood and they leave, you didn't have reporters arrive. When they do arrive, they said, hey, we heard that this area was attacked by mutants. And he says, no. We were not attacked by mutants, we were saved by mutants. And that is very important. It's me telling you guys right now that mutants and humans can live together, that mutants are not evil. And this is him showing his first big example that he is pro-mutant. And he'll have more down the road in later stories, including after House of M. But again, he is a pro-mutant human. Now, getting back over to the base of the X-Men, before we are able to focus on Madeline, we see on the computer screen a conversation going on between Havoc and Wolverine, where you have Wolverine trying to congrat Havoc into being able to kill somebody like a Brood to save the day. But for Havoc, it's still not easy to accept the idea that he killed somebody. Yes, that person was technically gone, but either way, it was him who had to kill that person that really bothers him. But then, as the book closes, we look at Madeline, who's still passed out, but now bleeding, and we're left to wonder what could possibly happen to Madeline. And this is where What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. And now we pick up with Excalibur. Yes, we do. Now, this was a series that was in high demand as soon as I begun my coverage over X-Men comics with the Mutant Massacre. And I said, hey, you know what? If we get to that point, I will cover Excalibur. Well, here we are. Now, we're not going to jump into the main series. That comes later. Instead, we have to cover the special that came out right before the launch of the main series by Chris Claremont in Marvel, better known as Excalibur, The Sword is Drawn. This was a one-shot that told us the story of how Excalibur came together and how they were able to realize they should carry on the dream of Charles Xavier. And so getting into the opening pages for today's story, we pick up with Kitty Pryde. Now, around this point, you have to remember that the X-Men are technically no longer around. See, when it came to Fall of the Mutants, we saw at the tail end of that event, the X-Men gave up their lives to keep the adversary out of their reality. Now, the X-Men were brought back to life by Lady Roma, and the world has no idea the X-Men are technically alive. And that includes all their friends like Kitty Pryde, who was not there because thanks to the Mutant Massacre, her and Nightcrawler had to recover. They had some severe injuries. And so Kitty Pryde is having a nightmare right now about the idea of, not being able to see the X-Men anymore. Now, when it comes to her nightmare, it is a very weird one because she does arrive at a movie set where it seems like the entire life of the X-Men was just one big movie or some kind of TV show, that nothing was ever real when it came to her life being an X-Men. And we already know that is not true. But at first, it seems like she is excited to see her team, but realized there's something wrong with her team. And again, she realized it's some kind of movie set and Charles Xavier is the director, which means all their powers were never real at all. But in the middle of her nightmare, she is confronted by, Rachel Summers. Now remember, Rachel Summers is the daughter of Cyclops and Jean Grey from an alternate timeline, better known as the Days of Future Past. Now, when it came to Rachel, she was brought back in time with the Phoenix, and so she's technically the Phoenix at this moment in time. Except in the earlier parts of X-Men comics, she did join the X-Men, but then she had just disappeared. Well, we kind of find out that she was taken away as a hostage by Mojo in his reality, and she has been kept there ever since she left the X-Men. But when it comes to Kitty Pryde's nightmare, she does see Rachel, but she does see the rest of the team begin to use the chains on Rachel as a way to hold her there, to keep her there with them. And you have Kitty Pryde very confused about what in the world this nightmare is trying to tell her. Except once you have Rachel being able to escape the X-Men, her nightmare, they turn their attention on Kitty Pryde and they change forms into werewolves. And werewolves come from Mojoverse. And it seems like they're coming after Kitty Pryde, which then leads into her waking up. Now, with Kitty Pryde waking up from her nightmare, this gives me the chance to kind of explain what happened to Kitty Pryde in the Mutant Massacre. Like I said, she was severely injured. And when it came to her injury, it was really more of the idea that she was unable to control her phasing ability. She was always in a phasing state. Now, after a few stories, they were able to fix that to a degree, meaning that she's able to control her powers, but she really has to concentrate. But either way, once she does wake up, she remembers, she realizes that the X-Men are dead, and she hates this so much because the X-Men were like her family. But then we pick up with the character known as Megan. Now, Megan is a mutant who has the ability to shapeshift. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, she is with Captain Britain. But either way, we do pick up with her just being a happy young woman, just enjoying life and being able to bond with the Dolphins. Except when she gets back home, she finds out the X-Men are dead. Now, here's the thing, because on the X-Men, you had Psylocke, and Psylocke is the twin sister to Captain Britain, but also a close friend to Megan. And she already knows this must be hard for her boyfriend with the idea that his twin sister had sacrificed her life to save the world, that she is no longer around. But by the time you have Megan being able to find Captain Britain, she sees that this is a man who already knows what happened to his sister, and he has been drinking, and I mean a lot. And so he is so drunk and upset about the idea of what happened to his twin sister. When you have Megan walk over to him and say, hey, you have to understand, there was nothing that you could do. You were across the world. There was no way you could have been there to actually help her. He says, go away, some few names there I'm not going to say, but he basically tells her to go away because she does not understand what he is going through. And she is so scared of how he was acting, she does run off. And she's so upset that she was not able to comfort the man that she loves, that she runs into her room, but kind of realize that maybe there's somebody that she can talk to that could possibly help her to help Captain Britain. And so she leaves to find that person. But then we have to jump over to Nightcrawler. Now, when it came to the mutant massacre, just like Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler was also severely injured, except when it came to his injury, well, he was just in a coma for a very long time. But the problem for Nightcrawler was, as soon as he woke up, he found out the X-Men are no longer around. They had died. And so this man is also upset about the idea of what happened to the X-Men. Now, he is confronted by Kitty Pryde, and you have the two characters being able to be there for one another, but you also have Kitty Pryde express the nightmare that she had in the earlier parts of this story. And when it comes to Nightcrawler, it seems that he also had the same nightmare as Kitty Pryde. And they're both wondering that maybe it was Rachel Summers trying to call out for help. But if that's the case, where in the world is she? Now, you do have Nightcrawler and Kitty Pryde go back over to the small house that Kitty Pryde is staying at. Except when they walk into that house, well, they are confronted by Gatecrasher and her crew. Now, when it comes to Gatecrasher, she and the rest of the crew, they all come from different dimensions, but they came together to form a group known as TechNet. Now, they're better known as bounty hunters who work for Saturnine, and I really hope I pronounce her name correctly. I went on YouTube to make sure to say her name correct, and that's what most people are calling her. Either way, when it comes to Saturnine, apparently she's looking for the Phoenix. And like I said earlier, around this time in Marvel Comics, well, Rachel Summers was the current Phoenix. And apparently she's a danger to the entire universe. And so the TechNet group is going after her to hopefully capture her. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler, and also Megan, who appears later on, they all agree in the idea of not telling the TechNet group where is Rachel Summers, even though the crew has no idea where she is at. But because they did that, well, you didn't have TechNet attack our heroes and being able to capture both Megan and also Kitty Pryde. Nightcrawler was able to get away because he realized they were not in the right position to fight against a force like that. But he also realized he needs some help, and that help would be Captain Britain. But speaking of Rachel Summers, we do see her being able to make it back to Earth's reality. Now remember, when it came to Rachel, she was being kept away in the Mojoverse, but she was able to escape and come back into Earth's reality, except she's being chased after by the Werewolves. Now the Werewolves, they work for Mojo, and they basically telling Rachel, you have to go back, because you signed a contract and you have to follow through with that contract. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she says, heck no, because she knows that she was tricked by Mojo to sign that contract. Either way, when it comes to Rachel, she's able to use her abilities of her own powers and the powers of the Phoenix to defeat at least one of the Werewolves. Now, when it comes to the Werewolves, when they lose one of their own, they go to the dead body, surround it, and howl into the night, basically saying they lost one of their own. And thanks to their howling, well, Gatecrasher, and the rest of her crew, TechNet, they hear the cries of the Werewolves, which means that she knows they must be nearby, which also means Rachel Summers must be nearby as well. Now we jump over to Nightcrawler, and when it comes to Nightcrawler, he goes over to the home of Captain Britain to ask for his help. Now, when it comes to Captain Britain, he's not in a state of mind to help out Nightcrawler, because at the moment he's wondering, what is the point of being a hero? Because to him, the hero life is pointless. No matter what, the world is not getting better. Heroes are dying left and right. Why should they continue on? But for Nightcrawler, he says, that's the hero life. No matter what, you have to continue on in hope that maybe one day down the road, the world would get better. But at the same time, we can't worry about that because The woman you love, my friend, they're both being held as hostages. And here's the thing, if you don't go help her, then you become the problem that you are thinking about, the problems of the hero life. And you have Nightcrawler leave, hoping that Captain Britain will follow, but you have Nightcrawler leave to hopefully go save the life of Kitty Pryde and also Megan. Now we jump over to Rachel Summers, and this leads into the formation of, well, X Factor, because when it comes to Rachel Summers, you currently have her wondering what could possibly be her next move. She just found out the X-Men are dead, Magneto has taken over the school, and also Charles Xavier is no longer on Earth. She's wondering what in the world can she possibly do here? Except while she is thinking that, well, she is attacked by TechNet. Now, when it comes to TechNet, they have the numbers against her, but luckily for Rachel, Nightcrawler does appear, except Nightcrawler is not really able to help her to fight against the forces of TechNet. But again, you didn't have someone else appear, and that would be Captain Britain. And that is why I say this is the section where you do have the formation of Excalibur. Now, with those three characters, they are able to free Megan and Kitty Pryde. And you have all five characters work together to be able to take down TechNet and also the Werewolves who appeared as well in the middle of the battle. Now, while you have both enemy groups realize that they have no way of actually defeating our heroes, you have both groups retreat for the time being. And you do have our heroes celebrating the idea of this kind of being a reunion. Because remember, Kitty Pryde and Nightcrawler, they haven't seen Rachel for a long time. And now they are able to see her again. And Megan is able to be back with Captain Britain. But the story is not done yet. Now, later on that night, you do have our heroes coming together. And when they do, they're having a campfire, but their conversation is not in a way where it seems, okay, we are about to see the birth of a new team in the world of Marvel Comics. No, their conversation is really more of, we are about to go our separate ways. What we did today was great and all, but hey, you know what? This was a one-time thing. But you have Rachel saying, why should it be a one-time thing? Why not make this a permanent thing? Why don't we try to continue on where the X-Men left off at? Why don't we try to carry on Charles Xavier's dream with the idea that mutants and humans can live together in harmony? And Charles' dream was very similar to King Arthur's dream. So hey, you know what? I feel like what we have here will be a great thing. The X-Men are gone and somebody has to step up. And just like that, you have every single one of them agree. And after them agreeing, you now have your Excalibur team in the world of Marvel Comics. And this leads us into the main series when we actually get into it. But with What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno, and now we pick up with Excalibur. Now we're going to jump into the main series, but we are only going to cover the first 2 issues of the main series to kind of give us a taste on what we're going to see in later books when it comes to Excalibur. Now remember, this team has Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, Megan, Kitty Pryde, and also the Phoenix. Not Jean Grey, but Rachel Summers. And this is a very interesting lineup, but it was a very popular series from the late 1980s all the way into the late 1990s. But I do hope you enjoy. And so getting into the opening pages for today's video, we do pick up with a character known as Tweedledope. And honestly, I like the name, but at the same time, it's really stupid. Either way, when it comes to Tweedledope, you see him messing with some kind of metal head. Now, I do want to say Tweedledope belong or used to belong around this point in time in Marvel Comics to a gang known as the Crazy Gang. Now, I'm not going to sit down and explain who that gang is. I'm going to save that for later videos. But when it comes to Tweedledope, we see him messing around with some metal head and keep continuing to put things inside the mouth of this metal head. Now, he does lose interest in the head once he sees a sign that says that he is wanted, and he throws the head away and goes somewhere else in the city. We then jump over to Excalibur. Now we see Excalibur trying to handle a hostage situation by working alongside with the police. Now this moment is really special because this is the team introducing themselves to the world by saying, hey, we are a new superhero team. We are here to help you guys out. But with that being said, when it comes to Captain Britain, they give him a break because they know who he is. He is their biggest superhero. But when it comes to characters like Kitty Pryde and Phoenix, well, they have some concerns because one, they have no idea who these ladies are, and two, you still have the world mostly scared of mutants, and so they have no idea if Kitty Pryde and Phoenix are mutants, but if they are, well, they're scared of them for that one particular reason. But you do have the two characters go inside the building to hopefully save the hostage, except out of nowhere, they are attacked by some werewolves. Now, werewolves are creatures from Mojoverse, and we saw them in our last Excalibur video. See, when it came to werewolves, they worked for a character known as Mojo, and they were sent to hunt down Phoenix because she had signed a contract to work for Mojo in his Mojoverse for her entire life, except she had escaped back into Earth's reality. And so when it comes to the werewolves, well, they're there to bring her back to Mojo. Now we do learn that when it comes to werewolves, they have the ability to suck out someone's life energy to the point where the only thing is left is their skin. And you then have the werewolves be able to wear the skin as a disguise. And that is going to be very important. But you do have one of the werewolves being able to kill off a police officer and wear his skin as a disguise. Now, as soon as you have that werewolf being able to kill off the police officer, well, his death is felt with the mind of Rachel Summers, with her being a telepath. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to werewolves, they are immune to her psychic abilities. And that is really important because she did feel the officer's death, but when she tries her best to find his mind or try to locate where it came from, she can't do that. One, because he's dead, and two, because the werewolves are immune to her abilities. Now, you do have her and Kitty Pryde get back on track and being able to handle the hostage situation. But after dealing with that, she does inform Kitty Pryde and Captain Britain what happened, and now you have the team very concerned about what in the world is going on with her, but also what could possibly be going on in the city. And our heroes have the right to be concerned because while you have the team go back home to rest at their new base, well, the werewolves, they continue on to find more people to use their skin as disguises to hopefully ambush Rachel down the road. But every single time they kill somebody, well, she feels that person's death, but just like earlier, she is unable to figure out where that person was at when they were killed off by a werewolf. Or werewolf, sorry. Now, we do jump over to Kitty Pryde. Now, when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she's still sad about the idea of the death of the X-Men. See, around this point in time in Marvel Comics, the X-Men were, well, dead. Because when it came to Fall of the Mutants, the X-Men had given up their lives as a way to stop the adversary from being able to come back into their reality. Now, when they did that, they did it on live television. And so the entire world believes that the X-Men are dead. But here's the thing. The world has no idea that Lady Roma brought the X-Men back to life. And so the world believes the X-Men are dead, but in reality, they are alive. And when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she also believes that. And so she's very sad about the idea that she lost her family. Now, you do have Captain Britain coming downstairs to make sure that she is okay. She says yes, but she does inform us and him that she is working on some kind of new device. But when it comes to Captain Britain, he does tell Kitty that him and Rachel are going into the city to handle some business. But then we have to shift over to Nightcrawler and also Megan. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler and Megan, you have the two characters coming back to the lighthouse. And when they do arrive at the lighthouse, this gives Nightcrawler the ability to explore the place, to get a better understanding of where he is going to be at for the next few months, years, who knows how long. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, when he is able to explore the lighthouse, his new base, well, he walks into one door and it takes him over to a completely different dimension, or possibly somewhere else in the Marvel universe. Either way, he freaks out and he goes back through the door that leads back to the lighthouse. Now he tells Megan, he's all like, hey, listen, I walked through one door and it took me somewhere else and I have no idea where. Except when she goes through the same door, it leads into a closet. He's kind of like, no, I'm not lying to you. This door led somewhere else. But for Megan, it doesn't. And that is very interesting. But then we jump over to Rachel Summers and Captain Britain at the bank. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, I want to focus on her at first because at the bank, she's by herself for a brief moment because she's having a conversation with Nightcrawler and Megan with her mind. But while having that conversation, she is confronted by a character known as Nigel Frobisher, and I really hope I pronounce his last name correctly. And when it comes to Nigel, he thinks that he is a ladies' man, that he is able to get any woman that he wants to get. And so when he walked into the bank, he saw Rachel Summers, and he believes that he'll be able to get her, to only have her use her powers as a way to scare him off. But this man is not going to give up that easily. And you have Captain Britain find that moment pretty funny, except out of nowhere, he is then confronted by Courtney Ross. Now, Courtney is his ex-girlfriend from his college days, and this is going to most likely lead into some drama down the road, because let's not forget, Captain Britain is with Megan, his team member, but also his current girlfriend. And now his ex-girlfriend is coming back into the picture as somebody who is now the vice president of the bank they are currently at. And you have the two characters catch up with one another, but you can tell the two characters are kind of thinking about each other in a more romantic kind of way. But then we have to jump over to Kitty Pryde. And when it comes to Kitty Pryde, we currently see her using her new device, better known as the Double Ganger module. And it has the ability to change her appearance and to look like somebody else. In her case, she is trying to look like Rachel Summers because Excalibur knows that the werewolves are out there looking for her to bring her back over to Mojo. And this is Kitty Pryde thinking, you know what? I should be able to handle the werewolves by myself because of my phasing ability. They will not be able to actually attack me. Well, that is going to be a problem later on. But when it comes to Kitty Pryde, she does go out into the city looking like Rachel Summers. Now, something else I should mention is that her device also emits energy that is very similar to Rachel Summers. And so when it comes to the werewolves, they're now detecting two phoenixes in the area, and they're wondering which one to go after. And of course, they go after the one that is Kitty Pryde. Now, you do have Nightcrawler walk into her room to find out what she is thinking, and you have Nightcrawler contact Rachel, who then contacts Kitty to tell her, hey, what are you doing? This is a bad idea. But this is Kitty saying, I should be able to, take care of these guys very easily. But as soon as she says that, she is confronted by the werewolves, and she does try her best to use her phasing ability to protect herself, except they are still able to attack her and hurt her, and that becomes the problem for this video. Because now she is unable to move for unknown reasons. Now you do have Rachel appear, but like I said earlier, when it comes to the werewolves, they are immune to her psychic attacks. Now that means she's still able to use objects around her, but the werewolves have the advantage here because Captain Britain, Nightcrawler, and also Megan are not there. The werewolves have the numbers at the moment, and so they are able to go toe to toe with Rachel Summers to the point where they realize they have no choice but to retreat for the time being. But they take Kitty Pryde with them because they still have no idea who is the real Phoenix here, Rachel or Kitty Pryde. And Kitty is unable to move nor phase away. And so you have the werewolves get away by the time the rest of the Excalibur team arrive. And they're all kind of wondering what in the world is going on here. But then we jump over to a random factory where we pick up with a character known as Colin McKay. Now, Colin McKay will become a not super important character in Marvel Comics, but he will reappear in a lot of books down the road when it comes to X-Men comics. Now, when it comes to Colin, we see him at the factory and we see him playing around with the same metal head we saw earlier at the very beginning of this video. Now, when it comes to Colin, it seems that he has become friends with this metal head. He talks to it, but we kind of find out that Colin is on the run by some woman known as Vixen. And really, as soon as he says that, well, the factory is surrounded by soldiers who work for Vixen, except when the soldiers go inside the building, they can't find him. And apparently, he had went into another dimension thanks to the metal head. And again, we still have no idea what in the world is this metal head. But getting back over to Excalibur, you do have them trying their best to chase after the werewolves to get Kitty Pryde back. Now, the werewolves were somewhat smart here. They ran into a subway station, and by the time our heroes were able to get inside the subway station, well, a train was on its way down, and our heroes had to use their powers to stop the train because a few folks had fell into the tracks and well, they would have been killed by the train. Now, because of that, you didn't have the police arrive wondering who in the world has stopped the train and what in the world is all this commotion about. Now, when it comes to Rachel, she wants to ignore the officer and continue to hunt down the werewolves to find Kitty Pryde. But for Nightcrawler and Captain Britain, they can't do that. They are a new team and they need to try to build a relationship with the police. Except this officer does seem a tad bit fishy. But speaking of the werewolves, you have them being able to go into the deeper parts of the underground tunnels. Now, once they do arrive, they realize that they have the fake Phoenix. Kitty Pryde is not the real one. And so in their eyes, there's no point to keeping her around. So why not go ahead and kill her and use her skin as a disguise to hopefully ambush Rachel down the road? Except while you have one of the werewolves trying to absorb her life energy, well, you have Kitty being able to send out a psychic scream, where of course it was heard by Rachel Summers. She was able to locate where where Kitty Pryde was at. And so you have Rachel just fly straight over there. Except when it comes to Kitty, we see something strange happen to her. Instead of her life energy being absorbed, she just completely disappears. And the only thing that's left is her clothes. And the werewolves are wondering where in the world did she go to? Because at first she could no longer, phase. But out of nowhere, she just disappeared. Now, while you have Rachel Summers in the sky being the Phoenix, well, Nigel, the character we saw earlier who thinks that he is the Lady Man, he sees her. And this is a very important moment because he believes that her and him belonged together. He had lost complete interest in the woman that he had in his bedroom at the moment, and now he only wants Rachel. Now, on the other side of the city, we pick up with Courtney. And like I said earlier, there's going to be some love drama coming up soon. Because when it comes to Courtney, she does also see the Phoenix in the sky, but she begins to think about her and Captain Britain back in the day when they were a couple, meaning that she might try to get him back. But shifting our focus back over to Rachel, you have Rachel trying to use her powers to locate Kitty, except it's really hard to find Kitty because she has a weak psychic connection, and she tells the rest of the team to look deeper in the tunnels to hopefully find Kitty. Now, when it comes to Nightcrawler, he realized that one of the officers, matter of fact, the officer that had stopped Rachel earlier, is acting a tad bit weird, and really, he also goes into the tunnels, and you have Nightcrawler follow, except Nightcrawler has no idea that officer is a werewolf, and so when he goes in the tunnels, he finds the skin that the werewolf was using, except he can't find the werewolf. And the reason why? Because he is behind Nightcrawler and he is able to get the jump on Nightcrawler. Now, with that attack happening, Nightcrawler was able to warn Rachel, who then warns Captain Britain and Megan about what happened to Nightcrawler, and they also run into the tunnels to hopefully find Nightcrawler, Kitty, and to save the day. But now we have to shift our focus back over to the werewolves, really the one that had tried to absorb Kitty Pryde earlier, because you do have that one beginning to change. Really, it begins to take the shape of Kitty Pryde and also begins to think like Kitty Pryde, and the idea of the two people have combined into one. Now, while you have that werewolf freaking out, the others are kind of upset with him because while he was freaking out, he did damage their skin disguises they were using earlier. Now, while you have the werewolves arguing with one another, well, you have Excalibur appear, and this leads into another battle. Also, because Nightcrawler was there as well as a hostage, he does wake up to help out Captain Britain and Megan to fight against the werewolves as well. Now, you do have our heroes being able to take down the werewolves, and after doing that, well, they realize the one that looks like Kitty Pryde, something else begins to happen. Here's the thing. Kitty Pryde is actually inside the body of this werewolf, so she somehow phased into the body of the werewolf but was trapped inside. But now she's able to get herself out of its body. And it's honestly pretty gross because she comes out its mouth. But once she does come out, you do have the werewolf being able to turn back to normal. And our heroes are once again able to save the day. But the question is, what do you do to werewolves that continues to try to hunt down Rachel Summer? And so you have our heroes donate the werewolves like they are animals over to a nearby zoo. So now the public are able to observe these creatures without actually being harmed. But this is also a way to say, you know what, let's put these creatures on the back burner and possibly use them down the road for another story arc. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. And now we pick up with good old Uncanny X-Men once again. Now, we're going to cover Uncanny X-Men number 235 all the way up to 238. And this gives us the first appearance of Genosha. If you know your X-Men comics, you know how important this island becomes in the world of X-Men. Now, the early pages of this story arc really gives us an idea of how bad Genosha is when it comes towards mutants, because we do pick up with a young mutant who is currently trying to get away from a group of people better known as the magistrates. Now, when it comes to this young mutant, the reason why he is trying to get away is not just because they're being mistreated, the mutants, but also because he has a young baby boy, and he wants to make sure the boy is able to live a better life somewhere else in the world rather than on Genosha. Now, the young mutant, he is able to reach the airport, and he is able to smuggle the baby onto an airplane that is about to leave. But unfortunately, he knows he has no choice but to leave the baby behind on the plane to give the child the chance to fly off into a better life, while he tries his best to hold back the magistrate. And so he does that, and unfortunately, the mutant is put down. Now, a couple of days later, we do pick up with a group of characters known as the Press Gang. Now, when it comes to the Press Gang, their main goal is to help the Genosha government capture mutants who may have escaped or who possibly belong in Genosha. There is a huge difference there because Press Gang, their main goal right now is to find the baby that was able to escape, but they also have another target, and that would be Jennifer Ransom. Now, Jennifer is going to reappear a lot in X-Men comics, but when it comes to Jennifer, there is a story behind her that I will explain more later on in this video, but apparently she does belong back in Genosha. Now, when it comes to Jennifer, she is a nurse, and she believes that she is responding to a call that somebody needs help, and so she's flying over there. Now, her pilot is Madeline Pryor. Now, this is going to be the way the X-Men are going to learn what is exactly happening over in Genosha for mutants. But either way, once you do have the two ladies land over in the airport to see the supposed patient, they get ambushed by Press Gang, and then out of nowhere, both ladies are teleported straight over to Genosha. Now, real quick, before they were teleported, Madeline Pryor, well, because she's not a mutant, they're kind of wondering, there's something off about her. Their readings are off on her. But they said she's not a mutant, she's something else. But either way, they still grab her and send her over to Genosha. And so because Madeline Pryor has not contacted the X-Men in a while, you had Rogue and Wolverine and a few other members of the X-Men head over to where she was last seen at to do some detective work. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to Wolverine, he's unable to figure out what exactly happened to Madeline and also Jennifer because they were teleported straight over to Genosha. But he was able to pick up the scent of, well, Press Gang. Now, this is also going to begin the process of Havoc falling in love with Madeline Pryor. Let me explain here, guys, because you have Havoc showing so much concern for what happened to Madeline more than the rest of the team. And that's kind of crazy because she's still the wife of his brother, Cyclops, but apparently he does not care at all. His main goal is to find her, and well, we already know what he wants to do with her. But either way, he tells the team, listen, there was another plane that was nearby that area who had just flew over to the airport in Sydney, Australia. And so the team heads over there. Now, once you have the X-Men arrive in Sydney, you then have Rogue and Wolverine begin the process of trying to continue to follow the scent of the Press Gang. Now, there's something else I should mention. That Press Gang is actually a group of mutants with their own free will decided to help out the Genosha government to go after other mutants who will supposedly belong to Genosha in some kind of way. Now, here's the thing. Wolverine and Rogue, they were able to find the Press Gang, and of course it leads into a battle. Now, at first, our heroes are able to go toe-to-toe with the three members of Press Gang, except one of the members of Press Gang is able to call in reinforcement. And of course, it's soldiers who belong to this new group known as the Magistrate. And we're going to learn more about this group as the story goes on. But because you have the Press Gang and also soldiers of the Magistrate, Wolverine and Rogue are easily overrun by this battle, and they are easily knocked out. Now, when it comes to the rest of the X-Men, once you have Psylocke confirmed that she has lost connection to Rogue and Wolverine, you have the rest of the X-Men move in to see what happened to their fellow team members, except they do arrive at the hospital and they are attacked by the same soldiers we saw earlier that helped the press gang take out Wolverine and Rogue. Now, when it comes to the rest of the X-Men, they are able to easily defeat the soldier because we have more X-Men than we did earlier. But when it comes to Psylocke, she reminds us that this is the era where the X-Men were supposedly dead to the entire world. Because remember, when it came to Fall of the Mutants, on live television, you had the X-Men give up their lives to save the world. Now, there was a huge catch because after doing that, Lady Roma brought them back to life, but the world has no idea the X-Men are alive. And so when it came to the X-Men defeating these soldiers, you had Psylocke make sure they cannot remember who had defeated them, but you had the X-Men disappear as soon as the police arrive. But getting back over to Rogue and Wolverine, you have the press gang find them after knocking them out. And you have press gang realize that they're unable to get a reading on Wolverine and Rogue, which makes them very interesting. And they believe that their boss, their master, would love to study them even more. And so they go out of their way to teleport Rogue and Wolverine, just like Madeline and Jennifer, over to Genosha. Now, once you have Wolverine and Rogue arrive into Genosha, they are surrounded by a bunch of different soldiers who are also working for the government. Now, when it comes to our hero, they do show that they're too much to handle for these soldiers to try to fight them on their own. The soldiers have somebody else on their side, and that would be a character known as Wipeout. Now, when it comes to Wipeout, like his name says, he has the ability to wipe out your abilities. And the thing is, you cannot get your abilities back until he feels like it. And so when it comes to Rogue and Wolverine, just like that, he takes away their mutant abilities. Now, this is really going to affect Wolverine in later chapters of this story. But now their powers being gone, the soldiers were able to easily grab Rogue and grab Wolverine and transport them over to a nearby prison. On their way over to those prison cells, you have them see Madeline Pryor and also Jennifer. So now they know those two ladies are also in Genosha. Now we do pick up with a character known as Philip Moreau. Now when it comes to Philip Moreau, he is the son to another character known as David Moreau. Now David does have a code name. His code name is the Gingineer. And honestly, I'm not going to sit here in the entire video calling him that. So I'm going to call him by his real name, David. Now, when it comes to Philip and David, they both plays important roles in this storyline, but in different kinds of ways. Now, when it comes to Philip, we can tell right off the bat that his entire life, he always wanted to spend time with his father, but unfortunately, he never had the chance to spend time with his father because his father is always called away for some kind of work thing. So, for example, you have Philip being woken up by one of his father's employees saying, hey, we need your dad at the office for something very important. And of course, that would be Wolverine and also Rogue. But either way, you do have David leave, but the way you have David leave, he can tell that his son is very upset with him. Now, when it comes to David, he wants to know more about Wolverine and Rogue. But the problem is, when it comes to the soldiers, when they try to run the fingerprints or blood work or any kind of way to gather information about Wolverine and Rogue, nothing pops up at all. It's kind of like their entire information has been sealed away for unknown reasons. And so when it comes to David, he's kind of like, that's weird. There has to be something about them out there in the world for us to use. Now, we also come to learn their entire system is now beginning to delete files on the different mutants they have in this prison. Now, they believe this virus came from Rogue and Wolverine when they were teleported over to Genosha. But when it comes to David, he finds our two characters very interesting, but at the same time, he is very concerned about them being there. Now, when it comes to the rest of the X-Men, they have no idea what happened to Wolverine and Rogue or where they are at. And so they have to go to a prison in Sydney to talk to the same soldiers they had defeated earlier. Now, when I say talk, I really mean more of you have Psylocke using her abilities to gather information from their minds to learn where in the world Rogue and Wolverine could possibly be at. Except once you have Psylocke do that, well, she gets very angry because she learns what's happening over there to Genosha, and she tells the rest of the team what's happening over there. But when it comes to Psylocke, you can see how angry she is because now she knows what's possibly happening, not possibly, what is happening with the mutants over in that country. But either way, our heroes know they have to go there to save their teammates. Now, we do get one page, really just 2 panels, that kind of tell us we're getting very close into X-Men Inferno, because you do have the X-Men being able to use the mutant known as Gateway to teleport across the world. And so once you have the mutants get back to their base, but then leave again to head over to Genosha, as soon as they leave, we go down to the basement level of their new base, where we see their computer screens and we see a demon on there we met earlier in our coverage. And his name is, and I'm going to literally mispronounce his name so much, Nizareth. Now, when it comes to this demon, it seems like he's looking for somebody that he is working alongside with. But the question is, who? Now, you already know it most likely could be Madelyne Pryor, but we have no confirmation with that just yet. But then we have to jump back over to Philip. Now, you have Philip getting back home to his house, except when he gets back home, he sees that his neighbors are getting arrested. Now, here's the catch, because his neighbors are the parents to his fiance, and his fiance is Jennifer, and we saw her earlier with Madelyne Pryor. Now he begins to freak out because he's wondering, why in the world are they getting arrested? Does that mean someone in their family is a mutant? And so far in the story arc, we now know that bad things happen to mutants if you are one in this country. But the problem is Philip is unable to get answers about what's happening with his fiance's family. But then we have to shift our focus over to Rogue. Now, this is a very hard thing to talk about because when it comes to Rogue, when she was being transported over to her prison cell, well, unfortunately, you had a few soldiers try to have their way with her. Not really try, they did. Now, when it comes to Rogue, she begins to withdraw herself into her own mind, away from the world. Except when she does that in her mind, she begins to battle against the other psyches of people that she had touched over the years. Now, at first, these different psyches are trying to, what seems to kill her off in her own mind, except she is then saved by Carol Danvers. Now, you already know this is a very huge callback because she's the reason why Rogue has super strength and the ability to fly. Now, here's the thing. Carol Danvers has military training, and so you have this psyche telling Rogue, let me take over your body, because if I'm able to do that, then I should be able to break you free, but also Wolverine. And the thing is, because Wolverine and Rogue both lost their abilities, let's not forget, Wolverine's ability is his healing factor, and that is really crucial because the metal inside his body is now beginning to poison him. But at the same time, when he does get beat up by the different people in this organization, he can't recover like he used to. And so it comes to Carol Danvers' psyche being able to take over Rogue's body to break her free, but to also break Wolverine free as well. But then we jump over to Philip. Now, when it comes to Philip, he wants answers. He wants to know what happened to his fiance. And his dad says, dude, your fiance was a mutant. And this is where we learn what happens to mutants over here in Genosha. They're slaves. As soon as word gets out that you are a mutant, you are captured and processed to become a slave and used as a way to somehow support the country. And so when it comes to David, he tells Philip, listen, when it came to Jennifer's father, he had her paper switched with somebody else to make it look like she was just a regular human. But in reality, she was a mutant. But when the other child died, you had people begin to look into her death to realize that she was never a mutant. But on top of that, they found out it was Jennifer's father who said she was, as a way of lying to cover for his daughter. And so he got arrested for lying, but your fiance, as the law says, if she's a mutant, she has to become a slave. She has to work. Unfortunately, my hands are tied, Philip. I can't help your fiance out, but you'll be okay because I believe you'll find somebody else to love. And David just moves on with his life. But then we get another hint that we are getting into X-Men Inferno, because then we pick up with Nazareth finding Madeline Pryor and appearing on another computer screen, asking her, hey, I've been looking for you. Is this a good time to talk to you? And she says later. But right after he leaves, the computer screens explode. And now we're left to believe that something big is coming, we already know what it is, down the road for Madeline. Now, some time has passed by, and we do pick up with some soldiers trying their best to board an aircraft that is currently flying over the Indian Ocean. Now, here's the thing, because they believe that Rogue and Wolverine are on the aircraft, except they are not. It's actually a trap. You see, as soon as they try to board the aircraft, it blows up in their face. Now, luckily, the soldiers were able to get back to theirs safe and unharmed. When they report back to their boss, David, he's wondering, what was the point of that? To keep us distracted long enough so they're able to do something else behind our backs? Like, what was the purpose of the entire aircraft just blowing up in our face? Now, when it comes to David, he's also kind of ticked off that it's been a few days now or a few hours, whatever, and they still have not been able to get any kind of information about Wolverine and also Rogue. But he does say, listen, I do know that that one mutant, Wolverine, has a healing factor, and thanks to Wipeout, that's gone. And so sooner or later, he is going to die because he's basically poisoned with his own metal being inside his body at the moment. But now we pick up with Wolverine and Rogue just in the middle of Genosha. Now, this section really gives us a great look about the idea of how this country is really like when it comes to humans and mutants. Now, humans, they're okay. They're living their normal lives. But mutants, like I said earlier, they're slaves. Now, in some areas, they are used as a way to help out the economy. And in some areas, they are used to just clean up the streets of Genosha. Now, here's the thing, because you have Wolverine seeing a commercial that is most likely being played in other countries. And this commercial is kind of lying to the world by saying, hey, come here to our perfect country. Everybody loves it here. But in reality, that's not true, because mutants cannot love to be there if they are slaves. Now, we kind of find out that mutants are technically mind-wiped into behaving in a way of being submissive to follow orders. And so when it comes to mutants, when a human complains about them, they don't attack the humans. Instead, they go out of their way to please that human that they have upset. Now, when it comes to Wolverine and Rogue, they go to a nearby bar where most of the soldiers of Genosha go to. And the reason why they're going to this bar is to grab a few passes, high security passes, that will allow them to access different buildings of the magistrate. Now, while in the bar, they see Philip. Now, this is Philip in his feelings, but at the same time, he's a tad bit drunk, where he goes to the bar requesting another drink. But the bartender says, nah, man, you're cut off. You had too much. But he believes that he has the right to demand another drink. But it does lead into him getting into an argument with the soldiers of the magistrate over the topic of mutants. And this is where we can see that when it comes to Philip, he's on the side of the mutants, not the humans. He believes that mutants should be free. And that is going to be very crucial for later parts of this video. But you do have Philip getting into a fight with the soldiers of the magistrate. Now, while fighting, you have Wolverine and Rogue being able to grab those passes. Now, while they're trying to leave, you do see Philip getting thrown out of the bar. But then you have the soldiers realize who they just got in a fight with, their boss's son. Now, you would think, okay, this is our boss's son, we should back off. Instead, they don't. They say, you know what? He's knocked out. Why don't we go out our way to teach him a lesson? Why not go ahead and put him on the mutant train? Now, we jump back over to David, and we see David meeting up with Jennifer. Now, when it comes to their conversation, it's really her kind of trying her best to understand what's happening to her. Like, why in the world is she being processed? Now, at first, I thought that she had no idea that she was not a mutant, but then I realized she knew, but she thought that she'd be protected because her father had worked for the government. He was part of the government. But because her father lied, and also because she's a mutant, she has to go through the process. Now, she is wondering, will she keep her ability, the ability to heal people? And this is where we find out, when it comes to David, that sometimes he'll take a mutant and change their ability to something else as a way to help out the country. And so when it comes to Jennifer, he says, we don't need your powers to heal. Instead, we need you, someone else out there in the mines, to mine different rocks in those mines. And so we are going to change your ability. And for Jennifer, she can't believe what she is hearing. But then she's wondering, wait, hey, what about Philip, her fiance? And for David, he said, listen, Philip understands what's happening to you, and hopefully he'll move on. But then we jump over to Madeline Pryor. Now, when it comes to Madeline, they're getting ready to send her to the mutant camp. Now, when it comes to Madeline, they have no idea if she is a mutant or not. But again, they still got some weird readings. Now, you do have Madeline ask the question, hey, real quick, do mutants have children? And they tell her no. Mutants are not allowed to have children at all, being on Genosha. But don't worry, you will not even care for children at all, because now you are about to get mind wiped. And they have a mutant that has the ability to do it. But this is going to be another example of us getting into Inferno very soon, because you do have the rest of the X-Men arrive. And as soon as they arrive, they begin to fight against some of the soldiers of the magistrate. But when it comes to Psylocke, she does feel a very powerful psychic scream. And that scream came from Madeline Pryor. Now, when we jump back over to where she is at, where she's in that room with all those different scientists, we kind of find out they all have been murdered. I mean, they have been butchered up by Madeline Pryor. And we're kind of left to wonder, how in the world was she able to do that? But again, this is just an example of us getting into Inferno. Now we have to jump back over to Wolverine and also Rogue. Now remember, they're trying to save the life or try to help out Philip, who's on the train right now unconscious, heading over to Mutant Town, basically the mutant camp, because right now the soldiers are trying to teach him a lesson. Now Rogue and Wolverine, they step in to grab Philip to hopefully get him off the train, except they're then stopped by some more soldiers, wondering why in the world they're on the train for. Now when it comes to Wolverine and Rogue, they have no idea that these two guys are escapees who are currently wanted. Instead, they believe our heroes are also soldiers. And so you have our heroes, so the soldier, hey man, listen, we got David's son here. And some soldiers thought it would be a cool idea to put him on the train. And so we're right now trying to get him back home before our boss gets very upset. Except you have this soldier tell Rogue and also Wolverine, nah. Listen very carefully. Go report this to our superior, just in case, so that none of us will get in trouble for this at all. Because I'm pretty sure the boss's son being on the train could have some heads rolling very soon. Now, while you have Wolverine and Rogue doing what they're told to do, they do see more mutants being mistreated. And when it comes to Wolverine, he says, "My goal is to make sure this place change before I die." Now we jump back over to Madeline, and when we do, we kind of get a better look of what exactly happened to those people who were trying to probe her mind. And so we kind of find out that she technically punished them from entering her mind. And the thing was, when it came to her punishment, it was really more her just torturing them with her mind being connected to theirs. Now this is really a huge moment, because now we see that Madeline has powers. But the question is now, is Madeline a mutant or is she something else? And so when it comes to the playback of what exactly happened in her mind, we see at first she does pretend to be this innocent young girl. But then as the feedback continues on, we see that she begins to change into her Goblin Queen form. And this is really huge, because this is just another example of us getting into X-Men Inferno. But when it comes to the feedback of what happened in her mind, we see that she had tortured every single person who was part of that assignment to probe her mind. At the end, she warned them that you guys had just started something. You had just ignited the Inferno. Now, when it comes to David, he watched that feedback. He's freaking out because what he just saw was just so messed up. And he goes out of his way to confront Madeline. Now, when he does, Madeline is completely different now. It's kind of like, yes, when it came to her probing their mind, well, they unlocked a new persona inside of her, a whole new kind of person, because now she's dark and just straightforward with all of her answers. And when it comes to David, he wants to know more about her, because now they realize she's not a mutant. She has to be something else, because when it came to Wipeout, he was unable to cancel her abilities because he did not detect any kind of mutant abilities inside of her. Now you do have the two characters get into a debate about mutants being slaves, but their conversation is really, interrupted by one of his soldiers telling him, hey, we got word about your son, but also the two people that you have been looking for, Wolverine and Rogue. And so we jump over to them. Now, when it comes to Rogue and Wolverine, like we saw earlier, they were supposed to walk Philip over to their supposed superior. But instead, you have the three characters look around and see how messed up the camp is for mutants. Now, for Wolverine and Rogue, they're not really surprised seeing this because, hey, you know what? They have been a mutant for a while and they have ran into so many different kinds of scenarios where mutants have been mistreated. But when it comes to Philip, he's surprised. He's like, oh my God. This is how mutants live inside my country? I had no idea. Now, for me personally, I'm kind of like, how did you not know? Because no offense, I feel like everyone knows that mutants live in some kind of messed up camp because the mutants are again just slaves to the humans inside this country. But either way, you didn't have Wolverine and Rogue get confronted by a bunch of soldiers, and you have the leader of the group tell our heroes, hey, your cover is blown, we know who you are, and we are going to take you back to where you guys belong, to the prison. Now, getting back over to Madeline, you have Madeline inside her prison cell, and she watches Jennifer walk by, and she tries her best to kind of keep the hope inside of Jennifer just long enough until everything can possibly work out. Now, when it comes to Madeline, once she's able to see that Jennifer lost all the hope inside of her and they see her taking her away somewhere else, you have Madeline tell the guards that she is going to enjoy the idea of watching them burn. Now, we do shift our focus back over to Philip, who's with Wolverine and also with Rogue, as you had the three characters being confronted by Philip's father, David. Now, This section right here really shows the differences in their opinions when it comes to how mutants should be handled. When it comes to David, they should use the mutants as a way to keep the country strong, because compared to other countries, Genosha is doing well in so many different areas. But when it comes to Philip, it's still not okay because mutants are slaves. They're being forced to do things against their own free will. Unfortunately, they're also not able to enjoy the benefits of this country doing so well. So how's it fair for the humans to be okay, but not the mutants? And look at you, Father. You are feeding into the idea that humans and mutants cannot live together, that mutants are dangerous, that mutants should be controlled. And humans are gaining more hatred towards the mutant race in this country because of you and this government. And he's right, but their conversation is interrupted when you have Wolverine and Rogue initiate another escape. But luckily for them, because you have the X-Men arrive. Now, when the X-Men arrive, just like that, you have the X-Men, Wolverine, Rogue working together to escape. Now, we jump over to Madeline. Now, you're probably wondering why she is naked. Okay, she had a skin outfit the magistrate gave her, and she took it off. So now she's just naked for the rest of the book until like the very end. Either way, when it comes to Madeline, she finds a room that's full of babies. These are mutant babies. Now, earlier I said mutants are not allowed to have babies. That is actually true, but not completely. They are allowed to have babies, but they're forced to have babies. And those babies are going to be raised up to become part of the mutant race that helps to make Genosha better, to bring them inside the workforce of the government. And so when it comes to Madeline, her goal is to free them. But then she's confronted by David. Now, when it comes to David, he wants to shoot her because he realized there's something wrong with her. She is completely different and beginning to scare him. But before he is able to pull that trigger, he is stopped by the X-Men, or really just Philip. Philip jumped in just in time to save Madeline's life. But now the question is, where do we go from here? Because now the X-Men are free, Madeline is free, and most likely every other mutant inside that prison is also free as well. Now the story does wrap up very quickly, where you do have Philip tell the X-Men that he's going to begin the process of trying to make the country a better place, to make the government better for not just the humans, but also for the mutants as well. And you also have the X-Men warn David to get his act together, to use his power in the government to begin the process of making this country a better place for both humans and mutants. Now, I want to focus on Madeline and Havoc because at the very beginning of this video, these two characters were not together. And really, we saw Havoc say, you know what, it's kind of weird I'm so concerned for Madeline. But then out of nowhere, she calls him her lover. And they make out just like that. They're madly in love and they're acting like they've been in love for a while. And it kind of shows that Madeline is beginning to change. Now, let's not forget here that technically, Madeline is still the wife to Cyclops, who is Havoc's brother. Yeah, let's not forget that. But also, Cyclops is with Jean Grey right now on X Factor, so the drama continues. But either way, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Inferno. And now we pick up with Excalibur number 3. Yes, you heard that right. We are only going to cover one single issue because this is a one-shot where you have Captain Britain and Excalibur going up against the Juggernaut. But also, it's moving day. and I'll explain more about Moving Day in the second half of this video. But I really want to focus more on Excalibur getting ready to fight against the Juggernaut, because he is a very strong opponent for our brand new team in the world of Marvel Comics. So getting into the opening pages for today's video, we do pick up with a character known as Vixen. Now, we met Vixen in our last video, but that was not her first appearance. Matter of fact, she first appeared in Daredevil's, plural, number 9 back in 1983. Now, when it comes to Vixen, she is a British crime lord, but apparently in the opening pages for today's video, we come to find out that she was paid, or she's going to be paid, $1 million if she's able to accomplish a certain task. And so we see her and her crew breaking into a prison to break out a particular prisoner, and that would be the Juggernaut, of course. Now, as soon as she arrives and finds the Juggernaut, she makes a deal with him. If she is able to help him, he has to be able to help her, and you have the two characters agree on their deal. Now, we have no idea what the actual terms are, but they do agree to help each other out. And this leads into a prison break. Now, real quick, I love this prison break a lot because before it actually happens, you have the army appear to, hopefully capture the Juggernaut and also the prisoners who are going to break out with him. But as soon as you have the Juggernaut destroy the entire prison, which also releases every single prisoner of the prison, well, the army begins to realize that they are not able to actually stop the Juggernaut because he is unstoppable. But that brings in, well, Excalibur. Now, at first, they send in the big guns, and that will be Captain Britain. Now, this is the first time, apparently, that these two characters are meeting each other. And so the Captain Britain, he believes that he should be able to handle the Juggernaut. Yeah. That's a huge mistake, because you have Big Boy here just punch Captain Britain back in one single punch, sending him flying and having the rest of the team wondering if he's actually able to handle the Juggernaut. Now, here's the thing. Rachel Summers, better known as the Phoenix, she has the ability to actually stop the Juggernaut right now because currently he is not wearing his helmet that usually protects him from any kind of psychic attacks, except this is Captain Britain wanting to see if he's actually able to handle the Juggernaut on his own, which of course he cannot. But either way, you have the rest of the team use their abilities and their time to capture the rest of the prisoners who are also trying to escape from the prison. And so once you have that all done, you then have Rachel Summers turn her attention back over to the Juggernaut and then use her ability to shut down his mind. So yes, you did have Excalibur fight against the Juggernaut, but honestly, it was not really that complicated or hard for the team to find a way to actually stop him. But then out of nowhere, we are then introduced to a random character whose main goal is to make contact with an alien race. And so he goes into an old factory where he finds Widget. Now, we have met Widget in our earlier Excalibur videos, except we have not learned much about Widget, but we will in later videos. Now, when it comes to our random character, he is trying his best to become friends with Widget. Now, when it comes to Widget, it wants to believe that our random character is a good person. And so he goes out of his way to open up a portal for our mysterious old man. The old man walks through the portal thinking that he is going to meet an alien, except once he does walk through the portal, he is confronted by Saturnine, and we're left to wonder what in the world is going on with this Widget character. But then we jump over to moving day. Now, this is really important because you are talking about the idea of Excalibur all moving in together under one roof. And of course, it would be Captain Britain's lighthouse. Now, this is a huge problem. You are talking about the idea of 5 people moving into a lighthouse that only has one bathroom. You're gonna have a lot of arguing happening in the early days of this new living situation. And technically, it all starts with Kitty Pryde, because right before she moves in, she got sick with the flu. And she's trying her best to try different things to make herself feel better. And it does lead into different arguments with her and Captain Britain. Now, out of nowhere, a fire has started in the kitchen because of Megan. She's trying her best to make something that could possibly help Kitty Pryde get better, but unfortunately, she started a fire. Now, the fire is spreading and is heading towards a bunch of crates. Now, for Captain Britain, his idea is just move the crates away from the flames and then stop the flames from getting bigger. But when it comes to Rachel Summers, no. Why not go ahead and just throw those boxes into the ocean? And we kind of find out why she did that. Those boxes were full of whiskey. And when it comes to Captain Britain, he has become an alcoholic. And that is beginning the process of doing some harm to his relationship with Megan, because she feels like if he has a problem, he should go to her. But instead, he goes home and opens up a bottle and begins the process of him becoming what she believes an alcoholic. And it does lead into an argument where you have Captain Britain really expressing the idea that he's very upset with her, but also the idea of having the entire team living under his roof. And so he leaves. Now, Nightcrawler is able to comfort her, but we're left to believe in the possibility of her and Nightcrawler might be getting together. Now, when it comes to Rachel Summers, she does sit down with Kitty Pryde, and she explains to Kitty that Captain Britain does have the right to be upset here because he has given up his home to allow them to live in there. This is going to be an interesting living situation. But when it comes to Kitty, she is saying, all you have done is take, but you have not given anything up at all. And that right there is not okay at all. Now, Kitty Pryde kind of understands where Rachel is coming from, but at the same time, she's still somewhat upset. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she does continue to mess around with her tech, except out of nowhere, the power goes off. Now, when it comes to Kitty, she believes, okay, you know what? I must have shorted a fuse somewhere. Let me go ahead and go to breakers and see what I can do to turn the lights back on. Now, she goes into the same storage room we saw in our last video that Nightcrawler went into. And remember, in that video, when he had walked into that room, he walked into another dimension. But now it seems like Kitty Pryde is confronted by somebody who looks just like her, and also her pet dragon as well. And she freaks out and calls the rest of the team. Now, we do pick up with Captain Britain to kind of find out where he went to after running off in the middle of the night. And we currently see him talking to Courtney. Now, remember, Courtney is his ex-girlfriend from his college days, and she came back in the picture recently telling him that she's now a vice president of a new bank in the city. Now, the two characters were able to reconnect with one another, but let's not forget that Captain Britain is dating Megan, and here he is right now going to his ex-girlfriend hoping to get some kind of advice on what he should do with his life. And in our last video, we saw that Courtney still has feelings for Captain Britain. Now, when it comes to Brian, he says that he does not hate the idea of being Captain Britain. He just wished he had a choice, because to him, it was kind of forced on him to become a hero. And really, almost anything he does as a hero was forced on him. And he hates that so much. And he feels like if he had a choice, maybe, just maybe, his sister, Psylocke, would still be alive. Because remember, around this time in X-Men comics, the world believes that the X-Men are supposedly dead, not knowing that the X-Men are actually alive. Now, before you have Courtney and Brian able to continue on with their conversation, Rachel Summers does contact Brian with her psychic ability, saying, hey, you need to come back to the base, which he does leave to go back there. But after leaving, you can tell that Courtney is really hoping in the idea these two characters get back together again. Now, the ending of the book is really a strange one because you do have Captain Britain go back to the base, the lighthouse, but they don't really tell him what exactly happened to Kitty Pryde. Instead, you have Captain Britain saying, maybe we can try to see if this can possibly work out, meaning that he really hopes it can work out because he wants to make sure that this team actually succeeds. And then the book ends on that note. And then we move on to another character going after Excalibur. But I'm going to save that for another video. So with that being said, please leave me a like down